Chapter 391. This was a hazy world, completely silent and deathly still. Under the guidance of the monk, Zichen came here. During this time, the monk kept promising that he was not lying and even swore on the name of Buddha. Zichen reluctantly believed him. The hazy world was filled with an oppressive aura, making people feel uncomfortable. Obviously, this was an extraordinary place. The monk pointed ahead, saying that they had arrived. Boom! But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion. A surge of energy began to surge, full of a destructive aura. The void was like a mirror, instantly shattering. A huge black hole appeared, spreading into the distance. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Looking into the distance, the two's expressions changed, and then they were shocked. In the black hole, 5 figures appeared. Each of them was wearing clothes as white as snow. They escaped from the black hole and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. It's the people of the Light Moon Pavilion. Around the 5 people, a hazy light was emitted, as if they were covered with a layer of illusion. A colorful long silk was emitting brilliant light, protecting the 5 people in the middle. The destructive energy continued to spread, like a huge mouth of the netherworld. The reason why the 5 people could escape was because of the colorful long silk, which was obviously an alchemy weapon. Poof! The 5 people flashed and rushed out quickly, finally escaping the huge mouth of the netherworld. But even with the protection of the alchemy weapon, the Light Moon Pavilion expert controlling the weapon was still injured, his white clothes stained with blood. The black hole in the sky stopped spreading, and the 5 of them managed to escape with their lives. However, before they could catch their breaths, the void trembled once more, and a torrential killing intent surged out. Following that, a peerless sharp blade appeared in the sky. It was like a sword that could split the heavens, and it slashed down on the 5 of them. You guys go, leave this place! The beautiful woman controlling the alchemy weapon said with a cold voice. A hazy moonlight appeared around her, as if she was covered with a layer of gauze. She controlled the alchemy weapon and blocked in front of them. Uncle, be careful! The 4 of them were only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, so they could not block this peerless sharp blade. At the critical moment of life and death, they could only leave decisively. 1. The colorful long silk trembled, emitting a hazy light, forming waves, forming a boundless defense in front of them. Clang! His sword intent hummed, and his killing intent was boundless. In an instant, he slashed at the long ribbon. The space that had just healed was shattered once more. At the same time, a huge force surged from the heaven sword, causing the colorful long ribbon to tremble. Even the woman who was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm was severely injured. She coughed out blood and was sent flying. This happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Zichen and Tyrant didn't have time to react at all. They were still in shock. After that strike, the heavenly sword rolled back and disappeared into the horizon. The beautiful middle-aged woman fell onto the ground. Her white clothes were dyed in blood, and the long multicolored ribbon fluttered to the side. It released the unique aura of a pill weapon. Marshal uncle, are you all right? The 4 women went up and helped him up. The beautiful middle-aged woman stood up. Her white clothes were stained with blood. Her injuries weren't serious, but there was a dim look in her eyes. It's been 2 months. We've entered several times, but we haven't succeeded once. Could it be that we really have no fate with this place? The 4 people's expressions also dimmed, and they closed their mouths. This place was very special, and it seemed like there were quite a few inheritances. However, they had entered several times, and returned with no results, almost losing their lives. The only one who had a token was Zichen, but they couldn't find any clues. It was as if the rumors were true, he had died inside. Suddenly, the beautiful middle-aged woman was startled. Her dim eyes lit up in an instant, and then she blinked again, afraid that she had seen wrongly. Zichen! Seeing Zichen coming from afar, her eyes lit up as if she had seen hope. Zichen, it's really you. The beautiful middle-aged woman was pleasantly surprised, and there was also disbelief in her eyes. She had searched for Zichen for a long time, but she couldn't find Zichen. She didn't expect that he would appear on his own initiative. The other 4 women also turned their heads. When they saw Zichen, their eyes lit up like curious babies, and their eyes followed Zichen's movements. Zichen is here. We have hope. The 4 were very excited. Senior, what is this place? Why are you injured? Was the heavenly sword just now man-made? Zichen and Tyrant stepped forward and asked about what had happened. The power of the heavenly sword just now had shocked them greatly. We don't know what this place is. Although we have stayed here for several months, we would encounter different things every time we enter. It seems to be a formation, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels more like a maze. Before the beautiful middle-aged woman could speak, a beautiful woman with big eyes spoke first. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Zichen curiously. The heavenly sword just now was shot out from inside, but it wasn't man-made. It seemed to have triggered some kind of formation. Maze formation. Zichen frowned. But since you're here, we don't have to worry anymore. Whether it's a maze or a formation, we can enter it. The woman with big eyes said happily. Why? Because you have a token. You must have an accurate route. We don't have to fumble around anymore. We can enter smoothly. Zichen was speechless. Wasn't this a bit too confident? He had been sensing the token the entire time, but it hadn't reacted at all. Even the many golden lines on it had all disappeared. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. There's no reaction from the token, and I also don't have an accurate route, said Zichen. That's impossible. Uncle Master said that you can definitely enter this place with the token. We even looked for you before, but they all said you were dead, said the woman with big eyes directly. It was clear she was a straightforward person. Senior apprentice sister. Beside her, a beautiful woman tugged on the corner of her clothes. She stole a glance at Zichen awkwardly. Why are you pulling me? I'm telling the truth. Didn't they all say Zichen was dead? Asked the woman with big eyes. Enough. Don't speak nonsense. The beautiful middle-aged woman put on a dignified appearance and scolded the other party. Then, she turned to Zichen and smiled apologetically. Zichen, please don't mind her. This little girl is just spouting nonsense. Zichen shook his head. He didn't mind. The token really didn't react. I'm telling the truth. I'm also telling the truth, muttered the woman. This place is very special. It can be said to be the most special place in this region. It's very similar to a world within a world, said the middle-aged woman. She didn't continue talking about the token. A world within a world. Zichen was startled. The monk was also startled. Yes, a world within a world. If the holy burial ground is a world, then this is another world within a world. In other words, this is a world within the holy burial ground. It's called a world within a world. A world within the holy burial ground. It's actually a world. Zichen was shocked. Yes. Although we didn't go deep, we can be sure that it's comparable to a world. This world is already very mysterious and special. This world within a world is naturally not ordinary. Senior, you mean that this might be the final burial ground of a saint? Zichen reacted quickly. He was shocked because he knew that this human saint was likely to be resurrected. I'm not sure, but it's undoubtedly a very special place. Although there were gains when we came in with the token, it's definitely not like this time where we didn't encounter any danger and gained a lot. I've seen your token. It's very special. It should have a direction. It's very likely that it's here, said the middle-aged woman. But the token really didn't react. Zichen's hand flashed, and the token appeared. It was shining with red light like a burning flame. Since this place is called a world within a world, there must be something special about it. It's normal that the token didn't react. Perhaps it will only activate when we enter the other world. The group discussed for a long time. After that, Zichen asked many questions about the other world. But they didn't know much. Although they had entered several times, they hadn't gone deep enough. What they knew was limited. In the end, Zichen decided to go with the token. During this time, There was a small incident. The demon ape appeared. It was only the size of a fist and was surrounded by black light. Its small eyes were like rubies, shining brightly. Its cute appearance caused the eyes of the four women to light up. They circled around the little fellow and pinched it, causing the little fellow to be dissatisfied. Every time the monk saw the little fellow, his expression would fluctuate. Zichen secretly observed him several times but didn't find any killing intent. Instead, he saw the monk's usual greed. This bastard. Thinking back to the monk's solemn expression, Zichen cursed in his heart. This evil monk even made up such nonsense in order to get the demon ape. This made Zichen's impression of the monk even worse. The group went on their way. As they advanced, they didn't meet any danger. Soon, they would arrive at the other world. The entrance to the world within a world is in front. After entering, it will be another world. We better stay close so that we don't get separated, the middle-aged woman warned. The four ladies were all outstanding beauties. After hearing the news, they all squeezed towards Zichen with smiles on their faces. They claimed that they wanted to see the little fellow, but as for whether they had other intentions, only they themselves would know. The four of them kept touching the little fellow left and right. The little fellow didn't get tired of it, and didn't stop Zichen when it saw him. It directly burrowed into Zichen's embrace. But in the next moment, a pair of jade-like hands reached into Zichen's embrace, causing him to sweat and his face to turn red. Hee, Zichen is blushing. The four of them giggled, making Zichen even more embarrassed. He sighed in his heart. He was actually teased. The monk followed behind Zichen. Seeing such an embarrassing scene, he also silently chanted Buddha's name, and called out to the immeasurable deity. Zichen, our Guanyu pavilion welcomes you at any time. Not only were the four of them giggling, the middle-aged woman also didn't forget to recruit him. Intentionally or unintentionally, she said that she could betroth the number one beauty of the Guanyu pavilion to him. Zichen was like an old monk in meditation. He kept chanting Amitabha and looked down. Beside him, the four of them followed closely behind Zichen. They weren't worried at all. It was unknown whether they had confidence in Zichen or the token. Swoosh! Chapter 392. This was a silver-white world. As soon as they entered, the oppressive aura in the air made it hard for them to breathe. It was as if there was a great monster here. Roar! Sure enough, the next moment, a roar was heard. It was as if a peerless monster had appeared, bringing with it a monstrous killing intent. With a flash of light, a black shadow appeared in front of them. It was a huge monster that was dozens of meters tall. Its body was as black as ink, and its eyes were glowing with blood-red light. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It was exactly the same as the huge demonic shadow on the gate of the ancient castle. The roar shook the sky, and the killing intent was boundless. The surging aura was suffocating. The four girls trembled and their faces turned pale. Zichen and the others were also shocked. The demonic shadow's red eyes glanced at everyone. Suddenly, it grinned and revealed its sharp fangs. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It then turned and charged at the group. Buzz! The middle-aged woman attacked. A long, colorful ribbon rose into the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Colorful light overflowed, and with the unique power of an alchemy weapon, it instantly attacked the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow roared and let out a sky-shaking roar. Endless black light surrounded its body, and it also attacked fiercely. Boom! The energy collided, causing a sky-shaking explosion. The void twisted and trembled. The two were actually evenly matched. Everyone's expression changed. They had just entered, and they had already encountered such a powerful existence. The middle-aged woman was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, and was only one step away from the master level. Such a powerful existence, even with her alchemy weapon, could not kill the demonic shadow. And the most terrifying thing was that the demonic shadow caught the alchemy weapon with its bare hands. Such power was shocking. Pun! The pill weapon trembled and blossomed with multicolored light. The beautiful middle-aged woman held it in her hand and danced gracefully like a fairy. It was a sight to behold, but at the same time, it was filled with boundless killing intent. Each beam of multicolored light was like a sharp blade that emitted a cold light and a threatening killing intent. Roar! The demonic shadow's roar shook the sky. Its huge body attacked and shattered the colorful lights. It was an intense confrontation. The demonic shadow's big hand shook, and black light surrounded it. It was like a palm print that covered the sky. The sky instantly darkened. The palm print fell from the sky, and a terrifying aura swept out. As the palm fell, the void trembled. It was an extremely terrifying attack. Buzz! The pill weapon trembled. Under the middle-aged woman's control, it blossomed with streaks of dazzling colors. It tore open the dark void and defied the heavens. Boom! The void trembled as intense collisions rang out continuously, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence. Even a peak-level Zephyr Realm expert controlling an alchemy weapon could not suppress it. The two continued to fight fiercely, causing explosions. Roar! The more the demonic shadow fought, the stronger it became. Its might was boundless. Black light swirled around it, making it look like a real demon. Its attacks also became fiercer and fiercer. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman with a pill weapon was unable to completely suppress it. How could this be? Normally, when I come in, although there is danger, I won't immediately encounter such a powerful existence. Looking at the powerful demonic figure, the four women paled. Previously, they had been able to go deeper, but now, as soon as they entered, they encountered such a powerful existence. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. The middle-aged woman had consumed a lot of energy to control the pill weapon, and she was gradually losing ground. How could this be? Zichen was also dumbfounded. The token in his hand flickered. Even though they knew that there was an inheritance here, with such a powerful demonic figure guarding it, how could they obtain it? Even the middle-aged woman was no match for it, so who could enter? Pun! After another 100 moves, the middle-aged woman was sent flying. At the same time, the demonic shadow struck out a sky-covering palm print. Black light swirled around it, and it slammed towards Zichen and the others. The silvery white world suddenly turned pitch black. It was as if rolling demonic chi was lingering, covering the heavens and earth. Surging killing intent wreaked havoc everywhere. The demonic shadow wanted to kill everyone. Amitabha! Monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body shone with golden light. The Buddhist's protective divine art reappeared. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the sky. The golden fingerprint went against the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Zichen also swung his fist. Boundless golden light shone around him as he struck out a resplendent punch. The other four Zephyr Realm women also did not want to be outdone. They struck out hazy attacks like endless moonlight surging. Boom! The palm print fell, destroying all the energy attacks. At the same time, a strong force struck and sent the 6 people flying. Like a kite with a broken string, the 6 people continued to fly backward. During this time, several people vomited blood. The monk, who was known to have the strongest defense, also had the protective golden light around him shattered in an instant. The demonic shadow stood between heaven and earth. He was powerful and terrifying. His blood-red eyes swept across the crowd, flashing with cold lightning. Pun! The more he fought, the stronger he became. He seemed to have endless magical power. His attacks became stronger and stronger. Once again, he sent the middle-aged woman flying. One was getting stronger, and the other was getting weaker. The gap between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone, retreat quickly! The middle-aged woman shouted. Obviously, this time, she encountered the demonic shadow, which was beyond her expectations. She was no match for him. Boom! The terrifying attack fell again. The boundless aura had already locked onto the crowd. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The next moment, everyone vomited blood. The demonic shadow's aura became stronger. His blood-red eyes became more blazing. It was as if there were two materialized red lights shooting out. The sharp killing intent reappeared. This time, his hands moved together, as if he was performing some kind of mysterious seal. The sky was filled with black light. The silver space instantly became incomparably dark. One could not even see their own fingers. His aura was strong and fierce. At this moment, he was more like a high and mighty demon god, making everyone feel small. As the world was completely shrouded, there was no trace of light. Everyone felt that their vitality was draining away. This was an extremely strange scene. The world was pitch black, as if doomsday had arrived. There was no light, and there was no vitality. It was dead silent. Even the vitality of everyone was being forcibly sucked away by an inexplicable existence. The few of them had never encountered such a thing before. The constant loss of their life force caused them to be both shocked and terrified. During this period of time, they continuously struck out with their energy, but it was to no avail. Not even the slightest ripple could be seen. Instead, their life force was being lost even faster. What kind of technique is this? Why can't we even strike out energy? Everyone's expression changed. The energy they struck out was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was not even a trace of light. The dazzling light on everyone's body disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in a world without light. The loss of vitality made everyone panic. At this moment, even the elixir weapons were silent. There was no light coming out. Suddenly, two red lights appeared in the pitch-black space. They were like rubies, shining brightly. This was the only light in the darkness. It was emitted from Zichen's side. It was like a materialized light, going against the sky and piercing through the firmament. When the blood-red light appeared, although there was no surge of energy, it brought about an extraordinary effect. It was like two sharp blades, cutting open the pitch-black space. The world was restored to its silver color once again. Everyone's vision was restored. Other than feeling weak, they did not feel uncomfortable anymore. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the next moment. The powerful black figure seemed to be in low spirits, as if he had been severely injured. His blood-red eyes were filled with fear as he looked in Zichen's direction, as if he had seen a ghost from the underworld. The devil ape appeared on Zichen's shoulder. Its body was surrounded by black light, and blood-red lightning flashed in its blood-red eyes. Just now, it had broken open the pitch-black space and saved everyone. The devil ape was only the size of a fist, but at this moment, it was emitting a powerful aura. It was as tall as a giant, causing people to feel fear. Its eyes were like lightning, flashing with blood-red light. It was cold and emotionless. It looked at the demonic shadow like a king looking at its subjects. The huge demonic shadow was comparable to thousands of little fellows. But when it was stared at by the devil ape, its face was filled with fear. It let out terrified screams that pierced people's eardrums. Pun! In the next moment, something strange happened. The demonic shadow collapsed and turned into black light. It slowly dissipated, leaving behind a ball of pitch-black energy. It seemed to be the original body of the demonic shadow. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the pitch-black energy, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The demonic shadow dissipated, but the ball of energy was more like another demonic shadow. The devil ape stood on Zichen's shoulder. Its eyes flashed red as it opened its small mouth and inhaled. It was as if it was swallowing the world, as if it was sucking in hundreds of rivers into the sea. The surrounding spiritual energy, as well as the pitch-black energy, were all sucked into the devil ape's stomach. This scene shocked everyone. Even the middle-aged woman was in disbelief. Such a terrifying energy. Its size alone was dozens of times the size of the little fellow. But it was swallowed by the little fellow, and it looked like it was enjoying it. Before this, it had put on an arrogant look, but after swallowing the energy into its stomach, it smacked its lips and returned to its original self. It squeaked and waved its little fists at Zichen, putting on an arrogant look as if it was saying, "Am I not very strong?" Zichen touched the little fellow's head with a smile. The latter looked like it was enjoying itself. It squinted its eyes and rubbed its head against Zichen. Everyone was speechless. A moment ago, it was a strong cultivator. The next moment, it became a little cutie. When everyone looked at the little fellow again, it had changed. Tyrant's eyes were blazing with passion. Unfortunately, Zichen would never give up such a mystical item. Even if he brought up the righteousness of the human race and the existence of the giant sin, it was of no use. Buzz! In Zichen's hand, a red light flashed. The token suddenly changed. It rose into the air and spewed out flames like fire dragons, rushing in all directions. Previously, the token had been trembling, and at this moment, it was undergoing a change. The fire dragons rushed out with a strange fluctuation, causing the void to tremble. It was like the power of the rules. Then, the space was fixed, making this place more like the real world. Then, the token fell from the sky, surrounded by flames. At this moment, Zichen sensed a golden path again. The path was twisted and led to the depths. There is indeed a path, Zichen said with surprise. The others were also excited. Zichen held the token in his hand and sensed the golden path in it. Then, he led everyone into the depths. Along the way, the dangers they encountered were much less. They were easily dealt with and slowly entered the depths. Chi! The void trembled. A sharp blade appeared in the sky with a terrifying murderous intent. It fell on everyone's heads. Chapter 393. Bang! The colorful ribbon flew up into the sky, carrying the might of a pill weapon. It hit the sharp blade, and a terrifying energy surged, shattering the blade instantly. Under the guidance of the token, the dangers they encountered were much less. Although there were still occasional dangers, some of the attacks were also much weaker, as if they were infinitely weakened. They were able to withstand them easily. The previous encounter with the powerful demonic shadow was proven to be a pure accident. The people from the Moon Pavilion had not ventured in for several months, but under the guidance of Zichen, they had entered the depths in just half an hour. We can definitely go in. The four women were full of confidence again, whispering to each other. Only the blood-stained white clothes told them about the dangerous battle before. The four of them became very cheerful, surrounding Zichen again, and then asked him where he found the little guy. The power of the little guy had given them a great shock. Even the middle-aged woman showed an expression of disbelief. Zichen smiled, only saying that he picked it up on the road. He did not mention that he was frightened to avoid being teased. Everyone exclaimed, feeling that the heavens were unfair. How could such a powerful existence be picked up on the road? The four women's eyes flickered, expressing their goodwill to exchange for the little guy. Zichen shook his head and smiled, but did not say anything. Immediately, the four women were dissatisfied and said that he was stingy. During this period, the token flew up into the sky from time to time, emitting a fiery light. The power of the rules was surging, like a fire dragon, shaking the space. According to the middle-aged woman, this place used to be a constantly changing space. Due to the appearance of the token, the rules of this place had been changed, causing this space to become completely stable and would no longer change. Furthermore, she was certain that the final destination of the token was this place. Of course, during this period, it was impossible for them to encounter strange things, such as the strange demonic shadow. However, as soon as her voice faded, an overwhelming killing intent appeared, rolling up the sky. Everyone's vision darkened, and another tall demonic shadow appeared. Everyone looked at each other, especially the middle-aged woman, who was embarrassed. The new demonic figure was no different from the previous one. The black figure's blood-red eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. After letting out a roar, the battle began. Mo Ying's strength was very strong. Monstrous magic power surged. The moment he attacked, he sent out a pitch-black palm that pressed down from the sky. Everyone worked together to retreat, but after a fierce battle, they were all suppressed. At this moment, against the demonic shadow, all moves were useless. The demonic shadow used brute force to break brute force. No matter how clever the moves were or how powerful the techniques were, he would shatter them with a single palm strike. The monk's strongest defense and Zichen's world speed were rendered useless at this moment. "Little fellow, get up quickly!" Zichen could only wake up the demonic ape and see if it had any ideas. Squeak, squeak! The little fellow was very sleepy and was very dissatisfied when it was woken up. Its eyes were hazy and it squeaked. However, after it felt the overflowing aura, it became clear-headed. Then, its face was filled with anger as it clenched its little fists. Squeak, squeak! It came out from Zichen's arms and jumped on top of Zichen's head. When it saw the tall demonic figure, it waved its little fists at him, seemingly very dissatisfied. This was a very strange scene. The little guy was only the size of a fist and looked like a pet without any combat power. The demonic shadow, on the other hand, was a huge monster with a terrifying aura surging around its body. However, after seeing the little guy, he felt as if he had seen his own ancestor. Its blood-red eyes suddenly widened and were filled with disbelief. The overflowing aura dissipated in an instant. Moreover, when the little fellow waved its fists at him, his eyes were filled with fear. Squeak, squeak! The little fellow waved its fists and gestured at the demonic figure. It seemed to be very angry, as if it was reprimanding the other party. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Why did the powerful demonic figure become dispirited after seeing the little fellow? It was like a mouse that saw a cat. Its eyes were filled with fear as it listened to the little fellow's teachings seriously. It did not dare to refute or even roar. Squeak, squeak! The little fellow was very dissatisfied. It was awakened as soon as it fell asleep. It did not dare to get angry at Zichen, and could only vent its anger at the demonic figure. Its little finger pointed at the demonic figure's head as it made a squeaking sound and cursed in pain. The demonic figure's head instantly drooped down like a child who had done something wrong. And because it was tall, the little fellow had to raise its head, so the latter squatted down directly. Its huge body almost touched Zichen, making him shudder. But the little fellow did not care. Its little finger was almost on the demonic figure's nose. It was a reprimand, as if it wanted to pour out all the grievances it had suffered from Zichen and let the other party bear it. The several people looked at each other, and were all dumbfounded. Was this demonic figure really the powerful existence from before? Why was it reprimanded by the little fellow as if it was worse than a dog? Looking at it, it was really like an ancestor reprimanding a junior. This reprimand lasted for half an hour. The demonic figure was on the verge of collapse. There were several times when its body almost collapsed, but it was sternly stopped by the little fellow. Another quarter of an hour later, the demonic figure completely collapsed. Ignoring the little fellow's stern warning, the black light around its body finally exploded and turned into a dark energy. Zichen and the others were dumbfounded again. They never expected this result. Swoosh! The little fellow opened its little mouth and swallowed the energy that the demonic figure turned into. It smacked its lips and jumped back again. It no longer reprimanded the demonic figure like before. Instead, it was like an obedient baby and drilled into Zichen's arms. Zichen, what kind of little fellow did you get? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and there was deep envy in their eyes. At this moment, Monk could no longer remain calm. His eyes flashed as if he was thinking of something. Apart from the demonic figure, they did not encounter any other fatal threats. However, along the way, Zichen and the others also encountered several demonic figures. They were naturally no match for them in fierce battles, so they could only call out the little fellow and let it deal with them. The little fellow was very angry and reprimanded them. It seemed to be very interested in it before, but after it destroyed 2 demonic figures in a row, it completely lost interest. When the third demonic figure appeared, a strange red light flashed in its eyes and the third demonic figure collapsed in an instant. Everyone was shocked again. This should be a kind of eye technique, very similar to the legendary delusion breaker eye, which can see through all nothingness and illusory things, just like the heavenly eye that human experts can master when they cultivate to a certain level. The middle-aged beautiful woman, who was experienced and knowledgeable, finally spoke out her guess. Zichen was very surprised. The little fellow showed another kind of divine ability that made him envious. However, he could not communicate with the little fellow, so even if he was envious of these divine abilities, he could not obtain them. Moreover, every time he asked about these things, the little fellow seemed to be absent-minded, looking left and right. Obviously, it did not want to teach Zichen such a wonderful technique. This made Zichen so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was thinking about how to use these techniques. A few hours later, everyone's eyes lit up and they finally walked out. Under the ripples of space, they walked out of a space and into another space. Amitabha. In the empty space, a Buddhist chant suddenly sounded, shaking the entire space, and there was a strange fluctuation in it. This voice sounded in everyone's hearts, making them feel like they had been enlightened, seen through the suffering of the world, converted to Buddhism, put down the butcher's knife, and became a Buddha on the spot. "You damn monk, why are you chanting Buddhist chants?" Zichen said in a cold voice. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and he was innately repelled by it. Moreover, he was instantly awake. On his shoulder, the little fellow became even more restless, squeaking. And beside them, other than Xiaoya, the other three all had peaceful expressions. It was as if they had followed that Buddhist chant and entered another world. There was no fighting there, only peace and tranquility. Looking at the monk, his eyes were unprecedentedly solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Wake up!" The monk suddenly shouted, his voice like a great bell. It was like the roar of a Buddhist lion, but also like the six-syllable mantra, causing the void to shake once more. It was like a wake-up call to him, waking him up from his obsession in an instant. "What's going on?" "Aye." The three of them woke up and looked around. Their eyes were filled with confusion, and it took them a moment to wake up. "Just what happened? I seem to have gone to another world." No one said anything, because in the next moment, they all understood what had happened. At some point in time, a bald monk had appeared in front of them. He was wearing a kasaya and looked extremely old. His palms were placed together, and he looked very dignified. There was a benevolent smile on his face, and his golden eyes were looking at the crowd. There was a strange light flickering in them. "Wake up!" the monk shouted again. His voice shook their hearts, pulling them back to reality. "You old bald donkey, what are you doing?" Zichen was furious. He had almost fallen for the monk's trick the second time. Looking into the eyes of the bald donkey, it was as if he saw a reincarnation, and the fate of reincarnation was to convert to Buddhism. Boom! Zichen punched out, and the golden light was dazzling. His aura changed drastically, and when he punched out, it was as if there was only one punch left in the world. The punch was extremely powerful, and the monk's figure disappeared instantly. But just as the fist light passed through, he appeared again, as benevolent as before. Squeak, squeak! The little fellow also became anxious, waving its little paws to grab the monk. In the next moment, a black light appeared, and the monk's figure disappeared again, but soon appeared again. This was an extremely strange scene. The monk was like an illusion, and they couldn't attack him. "Close your eyes and calm your mind. This should be an illusion," the middle-aged woman said and closed her eyes. Amitabha. But the Buddhist chant rang out again, shaking their hearts. It made them feel like they were enlightened, and they had the urge to convert to Buddhism. Furthermore, after the first Buddhist chant, another Buddhist chant rang out. This old monk was not done yet. "Old bald donkey!" Zichen shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and punched out a powerful attack. But he couldn't hit the monk at all. Squeak, squeak! The little fellow was also furious. Its aura surged, and its blood-red eyes became solid. There seemed to be a strange energy in it. Chapter 394. Clang! Clang! Two beams of red light shot out from the demonic ape's scarlet eyes. They were like two sharp blades that emitted a clanging sound. This was the delusion breaker eye. It could pierce through the void and see through all illusions. It was perfect to deal with the old monk's current state. Amitabha. The old monk put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. Golden light flickered around his body. Just one chant could make people want to convert. He was definitely an accomplished monk. 1. The void trembled and ripples appeared. Just as the red light was about to slash down, a golden light shield emitted a resplendent golden light and protected the old monk. This was a Buddhist defensive divine art, known as the strongest defense in the world. On the surface of the light shield, golden runes revolved and jumped around the shield. The old monks sat cross-legged and chanted sutras. Their chants were like the sound of the great Tao, resonating with the runes. It was also the strongest defense, but the old monk was much more proficient in it than the evil good monk. The old monk and the runes had almost merged into one. In addition to the runes becoming more lively and lively, the chanting old monks were also glowing, as if they were real monks who had achieved the Tao. They were like living experts, not imprints caused by battle skills. Looking at the old monk on the light shield, Zichen was stunned. His expression kept changing because no matter how he looked at it, the chanting old monk looked the same as the old monk in front of him. They were like the same person. This defensive divine art couldn't have been created by him, right? Zichen was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. He seriously suspected that this was an accomplished monk with great fame. Clang! Clang! The solidified red light slashed on the light shield, emitting clanging sounds. Golden light flickered and runes flickered, neutralizing this inexplicable power. In the end, the red light dissipated. The delusion breaker eye couldn't break through the strongest defense. The old monk was fine. During this time, Zichen sent out several more attacks. Just like before, they couldn't hit the old monk. The old monk seemed to only be wary of the little fellow's delusion breaker eye. Apart from that, he was switching between reality and illusion. Of course, what angered Zichen the most was that the old monk had never looked at him. Old bald donkey, if you have the ability, then show yourself and fight. What kind of ability are you hiding like this? Zichen bellowed and shot out thousands of golden rays. They were like sharp blades, slicing towards the monk, but it was still useless. Amitabha. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed and the figures of the old monks appeared again. There were dozens of them, and all of them looked the same. They surrounded Zichen and the evil good monk. These are Arhat avatars. Seeing these old monks, evil good monk exclaimed in surprise. Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. The dozens of old monks put their palms together and chanted scriptures. Golden runes jumped, forming Buddhist characters that sealed this world. This was a profound Buddhist scripture that had the ability to turn people into Buddhas. It could bring people back to paradise, and from then on, they would be free from calamities. This is an ancient Buddhist scripture. Evil good monk was stunned for a while, then he was overjoyed as if he had found a treasure. It was indeed a treasure to be able to hear an old monk chanting ancient scriptures. Of course, it was more appropriate to call it an opportunity. He was a Buddha to begin with, so he wasn't afraid of being converted at all. At this moment, he sat down cross-legged and chanted along with the old monks. The Buddhist characters jumped and formed an inexplicable power. They were actually working together to convert Zichen. You damned monk, you traitor! Zichen was furious. His soul was greatly impacted. The Buddhist chants lingered. Even if he covered his ears, they still rang in his heart. The Buddhist chants were like a blow to the head, enlightening people and making them see through the world of mortals, understanding life and death, and making them want to convert. Boom! The aura around Zichen's body surged even more. He attacked with boundless battle skills, but unfortunately, he couldn't even hit the avatars. It was as if he had hit an illusion. It was like the enemy was in the dark while you were in the light. No matter how you attacked, you couldn't hit the enemy. Instead, the enemy could hit you. Clang! Clang! During this period, the clanging sounds kept coming. The little guy used the delusion breaker eye from time to time, but every old guy could use a protective divine skill. This Arhat avatar was obviously an extraordinary battle skill. Zichen, this is the inheritance of Buddhism. You should leave quickly, or you will be converted. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was the middle-aged beauty who kindly reminded him. They had just retreated and weren't blocked by the Buddhist light. Moreover, they were no longer in danger of being converted. At this moment, they were standing in the distance. Inheritance. Zichen was stunned. He looked at the good and evil monk again. His whole body was shining, and he looked dignified. He was muttering to himself with a satisfied face. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Yes, this should be the inheritance of Buddhism. You should leave quickly, or you will be converted, the middle-aged beauty said. No, I can't leave. Since it's an inheritance, I will also get it. Zichen shook his head, his eyes shining. He had fought with the monk several times and had long been jealous of the monk's Buddhist divine skill. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wouldn't miss it. If he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Are you crazy? That's the inheritance of Buddhism. You're not a monk. How can you get it unless you want to be converted? Even if I don't get converted, I can get it. Zichen was stubborn. Then, he sat down cross-legged and stopped fighting with the old monk. But before that, he threw the little guy out. He persisted and didn't let himself be converted. At the same time, he tried his best to sense everything in the Buddhist word. This was an ancient Buddhist scripture. It was broad and profound. Zichen just sensed it, and felt like he had entered a huge ocean. All kinds of profound truths appeared. Golden light shone as far as the eye could see. It was like a golden world. Moreover, ancient Buddhist words filled the sky and formed this world. Monks, arhats, baldis, and so on. All of them were sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures. It was as if they were chanting Buddhist principles. Every time they opened their mouths, ancient words would appear. If one didn't convert to Buddhism and wanted to comprehend Buddhism, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. It was as if there were endless shackles on one's body. One's spiritual sense and perception were reduced by dozens of times. One could only see the ancient words, but not understand the meaning. Although this feeling could be cancelled with the thought, Zichen obviously didn't want to convert to Buddhism. So, he could only sense everything vaguely. 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, Buddhist protective divine skill, where are you? In the golden world full of monks, Zichen shouted. He wasn't greedy and didn't insist on comprehending all the Buddhist divine skills. He only wanted 2, but they were the strongest. Especially the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, which had long been lost. Ma! Suddenly, the sound of chanting came into Zichen's ears, shaking his soul. This is the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. Zichen looked in the direction of the sound and found a monk sitting on a futon. His body was shining with golden light, and the scripture he was chanting was the first syllable of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. Beside him were 5 futons, but there were only 5 vague figures. Vaguely, Zichen could hear the other 5-syllable Sanskrit mantra. In the distance, the people of the moon pavilion were stunned. Zichen was really comprehending the Buddhist inheritance. His body was shining with golden light, and he looked solemn. He can't have been converted, right? The woman with the big eyes said. At the moment, Zichen's state was very wrong. He looked solemn and golden, like an eminent monk who was only missing a bald head. Look! Behind him, there's a figure! Another cry of alarm sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a vague Buddha figure suddenly appear behind Zichen. It looked solemn, with its hands together and chanting scriptures. Oh no, Zichen is converting! The Buddha's silhouette gradually became clearer, and became a real Buddha standing behind Zichen. Zichen's body became even more solemn and dignified. At the same time, he put his palms together. In the golden world, Zichen's pupils shrank. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the other 5 futons. If he guessed correctly, the 5 light figures should be the other 5 syllables of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. However, they were illusory and vague. He could only hear the 5-syllable Sanskrit mantra. Zichen was unwilling. He didn't know if he couldn't see clearly because he hadn't converted, or if the good and evil monk couldn't see clearly, so he wanted to see and listen carefully. Unknowingly, he was fully immersed in it. In the outside world, the image of the Buddha became more and more realistic. Buzz! Suddenly, a trembling sound came from Zichen's heart. Lei Yuan was trembling, and a strange wave surged, waking Zichen up. Zichen instantly woke up. He was scared and broke out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, Buddhism is really not simple. I almost fell for it. After that, Zichen calmed down and felt the Ma syllables. When there was danger, Lei Yuan would remind him. Boom! In the outside world, while the people of the Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded, endless golden light surged around Zichen. In the next moment, the Buddha figure was dispersed and replaced by another golden body. It was Zichen's shadow. At the same time, Zichen sensed the true Ma sound. It was only a single syllable, but when Zichen tried to sense it, he felt a vast expanse. There was a saying in Buddhism that if one comprehended the 6 syllables mantra, one could destroy and become invincible in the world. But just one Ma syllable made Zichen feel that it was vast. He might not be able to fully comprehend it in his lifetime. It was simply a pipe dream to fully comprehend the 6 syllables mantra. Today, by chance and coincidence, he was able to learn the Ma word mantra. It was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. This was known as the strongest mantra in the Buddhist sect. However, Zichen didn't continue to comprehend it. Instead, he continued to move forward, wanting to find the Buddhist protective divine skill. On the highest futon, Zichen saw the old monk. He was chanting scriptures, but in addition to the ancient scriptures, there was also a Buddhist protective divine skill. The good and evil monk was sitting cross-legged below, listening quietly like a disciple. Zichen rushed in. Although the golden light was dazzling, he was like a demon god. He didn't fit in here. Buddhist protective divine skill. Zichen looked at the chanting old monk with a face full of anticipation. Ma! But at this moment, the sound of the 6 syllables rang out, shaking the sky. The whole golden world trembled as if it was about to collapse. The good and evil monk, who was originally calm, suddenly looked up and saw Zichen. Then, his solemn expression instantly became ferocious. Chapter 395. Zichen's rash intrusion made him look like a demon. He was incompatible with the golden world. Furthermore, he had forcibly obtained the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, which was considered blasphemy against Buddhism. The old monk was enraged. Naturally, he would not allow him to obtain the other inheritances. A single 6 syllables mantra caused the golden world to collapse. The good and evil monk, who had reached the critical moment of his inheritance, roared in anger. He wanted nothing more than to eat Zichen alive. The golden world collapsed, and the sky was filled with golden light. The chanting Buddhas turned into golden light and disappeared. Zichen tried his best to catch a ray of golden light. Finally, his figure disappeared with the golden world. Zichen, you destroyed my legacy, so I'll end your life. The dignified monk opened his eyes. He was completely enraged, and his face was filled with malice. His inheritance had been interrupted, and his heavenly opportunity was gone. He was about to die from anger. He took large strides forward and grabbed Zichen by the neck. He exerted great force, and golden light flickered as he tried to strangle Zichen to death. You damned monk! Just now, you almost converted me together with that old bald donkey. I'll kill you too! Zichen opened his eyes as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across them. He also put on a ferocious look and refused to be outdone. He grabbed the monk's neck with a backhand grip. With the perfect body providing energy, Zichen also used great strength. After that, the two of them started fighting. Bang! Bang! This was a complete hand-to-hand battle, as if they were fighting like ruffians. Pung-pung-pung sounds rang out continuously. Neither of them held back, using almost all of their strength. Golden light flickered as they exchanged blows. The golden world collapsed, and the old monk faded away. However, as he did, he gave Zichen an unwilling look, and his eyes were filled with rage. The fact that Zichen was able to make an eminent monk show anger on his face showed that he had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Bang! Bang! The two wrestled together, exchanging blows back and forth. Ping-ping noises were released from their heads and faces, triggering trembling sounds. "Give me back my inheritance, you damn thing! You damned bald donkey, you want to convert me? I want you to die too. You little thing, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Are you my nemesis? I'm going to kill you so that you won't ruin my plans in the future. You damned monk! You've caused trouble for me several times before and even wanted to convert me. I'm going to destroy you so that I won't be ambushed in the future." The two of them fought fiercely, creating loud sounds, but their mouths were not idle either. In the distance, the woman from the Moonlight Pavilion was completely dumbfounded. "Are they really monks? Why are they like this?" The bashful Xiaoyu also opened her eyes wide as she looked at the two of them. It was understandable that Zichen would shoot his mouth off. After all, he had killed many people and behaved in an unrestrained manner. However, the good and evil monk was a monk. He had always looked kind and benevolent, like an enlightened monk. At this moment, he was actually so fierce and foul-mouthed. This really surprised her. "Didn't you hear? Zichen cut off his inheritance. He must be mad. He's not usually like this," the woman with the big eyes said. The two of them were fighting fiercely. Moreover, they were both angry. They did not dare to go forward and stop them. Moreover, it was also an honor to see two famous experts fighting in a different way. They could not wait to watch a show. "My Buddhist inheritance, the Buddhist 6 syllables inheritance, the Buddhist protective divine skill, and the Arhat clone inheritance were all destroyed by you. You've harmed so many people. Why don't you go and kill yourself?" The monk shouted hysterically. His palm struck towards Zichen's head. With a bang, a large amount of golden light shook. "You deserve it. Who asked you to set me up and convert me? With so many inheritances gone, what's the point of living in this world? You might as well go and kill yourself." Zichen was not to be outdone. He struck towards the monk's face. He was very good at slapping faces. He kept slapping the monk's mouth, but with the golden light blocking, he could not hit him at all. "You're the one who broke my inheritance. I'll make you pay with your life. My 6 syllables inheritance was destroyed by you just like that. Bullshasters. The 6 syllables inheritance only has 1 syllable. The other 5 syllables are illusory. How dare you lie to me? Go to hell. My Arhat clone can split into millions of Arhats. Each of them has the strength of the original body. But it was destroyed by you. You're full of shit. Only the Arhat golden body can do that. Clones don't have it at all." The two of them attacked. Golden light flashed, and a loud bang sounded. The people who were watching from afar were speechless. Especially the monk. He had revealed his true nature today. He had become fierce and evil. He had become a real evil monk. Zichen really got the inheritance. Following the conversation between the two, the crowd received an incredible piece of news. Not only did Zichen get the inheritance, but he also got one of the 6 syllables inheritance. Moreover, he seemed to have gotten the Arhat clone. This kind of opportunity was shocking. But thinking about how Zichen was almost converted, it was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Even if he got the inheritance, it was not easy. These two fought for a long time, but they are not injured at all. Their physical bodies are too strong. What physical body? Junior sister, why don't you just say that they are thick-skinned? Bang. In the end, the devil ape attacked and trapped the monk with a black light. Zichen took the opportunity to throw a punch and sent the monk flying. But the monk was not injured. Zichen could not break through his strongest defense. Squeak. The devil ape jumped onto Zichen's shoulder and kept jumping. It waved its fist at the monk as if mocking him. It still remembered the day when the monk said that it was a great sin. Idiot, I've almost got the inheritance. I didn't lose much. I just didn't like you and wanted to beat you up. The monk came forward and returned to normal. He was just laughing in his heart. This damn bald donkey. I'm afraid he doesn't know that I got something else besides the 6 syllables inheritance. Zichen also sneered. He had a plan in mind. The two of them walked together again with ulterior motives. They looked at each other and smiled as if they had forgotten what had just happened. The people of Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded again. The speed of the two's falling out was not slower than that of women. Just a moment ago, they looked like they hated each other, but soon, they walked together and almost put their arms around each other's shoulders like good brothers. Let's continue. Maybe there are other inheritances. A few women of Moon Pavilion came forward. Zichen nodded. Everyone moved forward again. Along the way, they did not encounter any danger. Swoosh. However, he did not walk for long before a sharp killing intent appeared. A hazy sword chi appeared between heaven and earth, emitting a brilliant silver light. Like a piece of silk, it descended from the sky and slashed towards Zichen. Zichen sensed the danger in his heart. Golden light flashed under his feet, and he quickly reappeared, dodging the attack. Bang! The next moment, the sword chi landed on the ground with a loud explosion. A crack appeared on the ground and kept spreading. This is... Zichen's expression changed as he looked forward. A hazy figure appeared. It seemed to be formed by endless moonlight. She held a long sword in her hand and fell from the sky. It was a hazy woman. Her white robe danced in the wind, and the long sword in her hand seemed to be condensed by moonlight. A pair of cold eyes glanced at Zichen through the hazy moonlight. There was a murderous intent in her eyes. Swoosh. The next moment, the hazy figure moved again. The long sword in her hand flashed and a sharp sword chi appeared, pointing at Zichen's forehead. Zichen showed his extreme speed and dodged again. Buzz. But the sword chi vibrated. The next moment, thousands of sword chi appeared, each with infinite murderous intent, and slashed at Zichen. How can this be? Zichen's expression changed. The thousands of sword chi were all filled with murderous intent. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. He could only retreat quickly to avoid the attack of the thousands of sword chi. Swoosh. 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 But it was not over yet. The hazy woman waved her long sword and slashed again. The hazy light flashed and formed a sword net. It was filled with a terrifying aura and pressed down on Zichen again. Why me? Zichen bellowed in anger, unwilling to accept the result. There were many people here, and they were all together. But the hazy woman did not seem to see them. She only chased after Zichen. She was strong and her battle skills were terrifying. She attacked with brilliant lights, and each of her attacks was a killing move. But the woman from the Light Moon Pavilion and the evil good monk were not hurt at all. Boom! The surging energy swept, and Zichen was sent flying. You! He was furious. If it was not for the fact that the opponent was a woman, he would have cursed. She was too much of a bully. She only attacked him. At least she attacked the monk. That way, he could feel better. Boom! The opponent was too strong. Zichen was no match for her. He kept retreating. If he was too slow, his life would be in danger. Haha, Zichen, this is what you get for being greedy. This should be another kind of inheritance. She was afraid that you would steal it, so she threw you out first. The evil good monk guffawed. He seemed to have guessed something and was very happy. The hazy woman attacked and forced Zichen to retreat dozens of miles. The monk's laughter echoed between heaven and earth. He seemed to be gloating. You deserve it. Who asked you to be greedy? He laughed. He was so happy that Zichen was being chased. After forcing Zichen to retreat 50 miles, the hazy woman returned. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a moon fairy. However, when she saw the evil good monk, her eyes turned sharp again. Amitba. This poor monk is a monk and has long been a monk. He has abstained from anger and greed. He will not do anything despicable. Female benefactor, you can rest assured. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Together with his big belly, the monk looked like an enlightened monk. The monk thought that his character was good, but he did not expect that the hazy woman would not fall for it. Swoosh! The long sword flashed and killing intent appeared again. She attacked the monk very decisively. How was this a woman? Many men could not be compared to such a ruthless style. Amitabha! This monk! After dodging the sword chi, the monk wanted to defend himself, but he was greeted with more sword chi attacks. The monk was helpless and could only retreat. Haha, damn monk! So, this day has come for you. This time, it was Zichen who laughed. You wicked guy! You still want to deceive the fairy. You deserve it. Zichen gloated and laughed. He watched as the monk was forced to retreat 50 miles and was not far away from him. Finally, the hazy woman returned and shot out a hazy light that surrounded the five of them. It was as if there was endless moonlight surging and blocking everything. The people of Moon Pavilion were receiving the inheritance. Chapter 396. The monk had been chased for 25 miles. He wasn't far from Zichen. Hey, bald donkey! Zichen laughed and greeted the monk. Humph! The monk snorted and turned his head. 25 miles away, the world was hazy. The people of the Moonlight Pavilion were all receiving the inheritance. This was a long process. Hey, bald donkey, do you think we've encountered a Buddhist inheritance? Moonlight Pavilion's inheritance? Will it be my Lightning Clan's inheritance next? Asked Zichen out of boredom. The monk didn't say anything, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zichen coveted the Buddhist inheritance and snatched their battle skills. When he fought with Zichen, some of Zichen's battle skills were also incomparably coveted existences in the monk's eyes. Half a day passed, but the inheritance still hadn't ended. Zichen might as well cultivate. Ma. This was a 6-syllable mantra. The monk jumped in fright. He turned to look at Zichen, extremely unwilling. This was a Buddhist inheritance, but it was actually obtained by an outsider. Ma. Zichen spoke once more. Unfortunately, it was just a single syllable. There was no strange fluctuation, nor was there any strange power of a mantra. Ma. 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 He spoke again and again, but it was still the same. There was no effect. It was just a single syllable. There was no fluctuation at all. Ha! Seeing Zichen's strange appearance, the monk was relieved. He laughed loudly, his face full of disdain and ridicule. Ma. Zichen continued speaking. What a joke, Zichen! Is this the 6-syllable mantra? Ha! The monk laughed loudly, the muscles on his face trembling. A 6-syllable mantra was broad and profound. Just a single syllable was boundless. It was clearly unrealistic for Zichen to want to comprehend it in a short period of time. Furthermore, Zichen's mantra was hazy and unclear. He needed time to comprehend it. And Zichen had sensed that the lightning youth hadn't comprehended a 6-syllable mantra. Haha, Zichen, are you trying to make a joke in front of me because I'm bored? Very well, you've succeeded. Ha! The monk laughed. Bald donkey, pay attention to your status. Zichen's face darkened and his voice was very cold. The monk didn't care. In any case, he no longer acted like a monk in front of Zichen. He was still laughing and mocking him. Zichen simply closed his eyes and stopped studying the 6-syllable mantra. Instead, he turned to study another Buddhist divine ability. This was what Zichen had obtained when the Golden World was collapsing. It was called the Arhat Doppelganger, and it could create thousands of doppelgangers. When comprehended to the highest level, one could achieve the golden body of Arhat. This was the only doppelganger, and it had the same combat power as the original. The golden-bodied Arhat was definitely one of the top divine abilities in Buddhism. Buzz! Golden light flashed around Zichen's body, dazzling. As Zichen cultivated, the monk laughed for a while. Feeling that it was meaningless, he stopped laughing and just stared at Zichen. In the next moment, the monk's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He saw that Zichen's body was flashing with golden light, and his whole person gave off an ethereal feeling. In an instant, he entered a deep level of enlightenment. The monk's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen entered the lightning space and saw the lightning youth. Although the other party's body was still shining with silver light, compared to usual, it was less fierce and more dignified. Did he comprehend the Arhat doppelganger? Zichen was extremely surprised, but it turned into a burst of ecstasy. The lightning youth could comprehend the essence of the true meaning every time. In this case, didn't it mean that the other party had comprehended the golden-bodied Arhat? Zichen's heart was filled with excitement. Obviously, Zichen was happy too early. The lightning youth had only evolved part of his doppelganger, and he hadn't even touched the true meaning. With a flash of light, two figures appeared beside him. They were just two doppelgangers. As for combat power, Zichen pointed two fingers, and two golden swords she instantly pierced through the two doppelgangers. They had almost no combat power. However, to be able to comprehend two doppelgangers in just a few hours was enough to prove the lightning youth's extraordinariness. Now, what Zichen needed to do was to comprehend. In the outside world, the monk's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. He was still confused about how Zichen could enter a deep level of enlightenment so quickly. But in the next moment, the monk let out a strange cry as if he had seen a ghost. He saw that Zichen's body was flashing with golden light, and in the next moment, two golden lights appeared on his left and right. They were like two phantoms. Although they were blurry, they could be seen with the naked eye. "This is the Arhat doppelganger, he actually got the Arhat doppelganger!" the monk exclaimed. "And to be able to touch the Arhat doppelganger in such a short time, what kind of potential is this?" Although it was just two golden lights, the monk couldn't accept it, and looked like he had suffered a great blow. In the next moment, he also tried to comprehend the Arhat doppelganger. On both sides of Zichen, golden lights continued to appear, and the phantoms became more and more solid. As for the moonlight pavilion, the hazy moonlight not only did not dissipate, but also became denser. It was obvious that there was still some time before they could completely obtain the inheritance. Squeak, squeak! The demonic ape was very bored. After waking up, it curiously looked at the phantoms on both sides of Zichen, and then waved its little claws to grab at the phantoms. When it was tired, it went back to sleep. The entire space fell silent. In the outside world, many forces had gained a lot. Everywhere they passed, they were like locusts, and not a single blade of grass was left. Some powerhouses' insights and some incomplete skills were even dug away along with the ground. This area was vast and boundless. Clearly, it had been a battlefield in the past. Countless experts had died in the battle. Many of the remnant skills had been left behind by powerful cultivators. Everyone had gained a lot. Even some rogue cultivators had gained a lot. The world within a world. Pun. The hazy moonlight finally exploded, and 5 people appeared. "Oh my God! It's the inheritance of the moon! It's incredible! That's the real moonlight! Our moonlight pavilion is about to rise. But unfortunately, I didn't comprehend much. I couldn't comprehend many profound inheritances." They were surprised, but also regretful. "Haha, don't be afraid. We have Yur." The girl named Yur was very Burmese. She had a stunning appearance, and was slightly better than the others. She was the youngest, looking no more than 20 years old. At this moment, her body was surrounded by a layer of hazy moonlight, and she looked very mysterious. In between her eyebrows, there was a mark of a half-moon, shining brightly. This was the mark after inheriting the inheritance of the moon. At first glance, Yur was like the hazy woman from before, giving off a mysterious feeling. As expected of our moonlight pavilion's moon, Yur received the inheritance of the moon, which made the others praise her. "Let's go and see how they are." After the group returned 50 miles, they were dumbfounded when they saw Zichen and Monk. They saw the two of them sitting cross-legged, cultivating. But it wasn't one figure but three. In total, there were 6 figures. This is the Arha doppelganger. Zichen really learned it, and he even comprehended it. In just half a month, Zichen actually comprehended 2 doppelganger. And they were real figures, no longer hazy. It was reasonable for Monk to comprehend it. After all, he was a Buddhist disciple and had received the complete inheritance. But Zichen could comprehend it in half a month, which was unbelievable. And the few of them realized that Zichen's doppelganger seemed to be clearer than Monk's. Zichen's Arhat doppelganger was stronger than Monk's. How was this possible? The few of them couldn't figure it out. You guys have received the inheritance. Sensing that someone was approaching, Zichen opened his eyes. In an instant, the other 2 Zichen opened their eyes and spoke at the same time. Suddenly, the 3 Zichen's pupils shrank. They jumped up and stared at the hazy woman as if they were facing a great enemy. What do you want? The 3 of them spoke at the same time. The few of them were stunned. Then they laughed. Even the hazy woman revealed a rare smile and revealed her true face. It was you, the shy girl. It's you. Zichen was surprised. He clearly saw the hazy woman just now. Yuer nodded and lowered her head shyly. Why? Did I scare you? The woman with big eyes asked. At this moment, Monk also stood up and looked at Yuer. His eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, he also felt that she had received some kind of inheritance. All of them had received the inheritance, except for Zichen. The latter was very excited. Previously, the ancient corpse said that it was looking for the inheritance of the Thunder tribe. If Zichen's guess was right, it should be here. What kind of inheritance is it? Is it the complete 9 passing thunder or some other shocking battle technique of the Thunder tribe? Zichen was full of expectations. The group moved forward again and soon, they were 50 miles away. However, the super strong warrior of the Thunder tribe didn't appear at all. It was as if there was no inheritance. After 100 miles, they still didn't get anything. How could this be? Zichen's eyes were full of unwillingness. On the other hand, Monk was gloating. He couldn't wait for Zichen to not receive any inheritance. It seems like you're thinking too much. There's no Thunder Tribe battle technique here. Monk shouted, causing the woman of Moon Pavilion to look at him in surprise. Buzz! Suddenly, a golden light flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. It was the mark of the Thunder Tribe. It suddenly lit up. A golden lightning rushed out from the mark and rushed into the void. The next moment, the void seemed to be pierced through, and another world appeared. A vast power descended from the sky, causing everyone's expression to change instantly. It was like the supreme power of heaven, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Everyone put up a protective light shield, but they still felt extremely uncomfortable. Their movements were hindered, as if they were facing the power of heaven. A sense of powerlessness rose. At this moment, everyone saw something in the other world. It was a statue, shining with silver light and emitting a vast power. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all different. However, each statue seemed to be a strong warrior, displaying a fierce battle technique. This is the inheritance of the Thunder Tribe. Zichen's eyes widened, and his heart was wild with joy. However, before he could step into the other world, he saw a golden light rushing toward the statue in the other world. Boom! At the same time, the golden light struck a terrifying blow, wanting to destroy the statue. Damn bald donkey! Zichen roared. Chapter 397. Seeing the inheritance of the Thunder Clan, Tyrant was no longer as greedy as he used to be. He was determined to destroy the statue. Damn bald donkey! Zichen roared. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. However, he was too late. His reaction was too slow. Ha, Zichen, I'll let you experience the feeling of having your inheritance interrupted. Tyrant laughed maniacally. His body shone with golden light as he struck the statue. A surge of energy surged as Tyrant struck with all his might. The entire void trembled. Boom! Before Tyrant's attack landed, a terrifying aura surged from the statue. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended. The terrifying energy engulfed everything and instantly drowned out Tyrant's attack. Tyrant left as quickly as he came. He was directly sent flying out of this world. Furthermore, the protective light shield that he had erected in advance was directly shattered. Tyrant coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and incomparably shocked. "Ha ha, you wicked monk! Serves you right. It's a pity that I didn't kill you. What a pity!" This time, it was Zichen's turn to laugh. His face was filled with schadenfreude. The demon ape was also mocking Tyrant. At the side, the girls from the Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded. The relationship between Zichen and Tyrant was too complicated. It made them dizzy. Along the way, they would believe that the two were friends. However, looking at their behavior now, it was not surprising to say that they were enemies. "You wicked monk! Why don't you just die?" Zichen shook his head and sighed. He wanted to show off and did not step into the world where the statue was. Tyrant wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was very unwilling that he did not destroy the statue. However, he had another plan, and that was to comprehend the battle techniques of the Thunder Clan. Swoosh! He once again turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the statue. However, he was quickly sent flying again. He could not enter at all. "Hee hee, Tyrant, this is mine. Stop dreaming." Zichen laughed. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He strode towards the other world. As the light flashed, Zichen entered the world of the statues. He immediately felt a boundless heavenly might. The lightning mark on his forehead flashed, and all the statues lit up. After that, streaks of silver light appeared and filled the entire statue world, protecting Zichen inside. Clearly, Zichen was comprehending the inheritance. The monk closed in once again. He was very unwilling to give up. He launched one attack after another into the void, but to no avail. He was very dejected. "Grandmaster, aren't you friends with Zichen? Why are you stopping him from obtaining the inheritance?" Yuer, who had obtained the moon inheritance, asked in confusion. "Friends? We're not friends." The monk turned his head and smiled faintly. He said calmly, "In the words of Buddhism, we are fated, but it is also an ill-fated relationship. Buddhism emphasizes karma and retribution. Zichen previously destroyed my inheritance. Now that I'm here to destroy his inheritance, it's also karma. But he didn't do it on purpose." Yua looked at the monk and said seriously, "No, he did it on purpose. Everything has a cause and effect. What I pursue is karma. I have no intention of harming others." After saying that, the monk launched another attack into the void. Boom! The void shook and energy rolled, but it still didn't destroy Zichen's inheritance. They were speechless, especially when they saw the serious expression on the monk's face. They didn't know what to say. During this time, the monk launched one attack after another and even threatened to borrow the elixir weapon. This made the people of the Moon Pavilion even more speechless. The middle-aged beauty naturally couldn't lend it to him. They were indebted to Zichen. "I don't believe you." Buddhism emphasizes retribution for good and evil. Zichen disregards human life and blasphemes Buddha. How can he safely accept the inheritance? Didn't they say that evil people will be dealt with by evil people? The monk was unwilling to accept this and shouted loudly. His voice rumbled and shook the sky. Ma. However, as soon as his voice fell, a mantra rang out like heavenly thunder. It carried a strange power, appearing from the distance, shaking towards the silver world. Boom! The mantra appeared again, and the world Zichen was in collapsed instantly. The inheritance was forcibly interrupted. Zichen fell and the countless statues also shattered and disappeared. The monk was stunned. He never thought that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. But when he turned his head, he didn't see any evil people. He only saw an old monk standing in the air. The people of the Moon Pavilion were also dumbfounded. The old monk in the air was the one who gave the monk the inheritance. Old bald donkey. The inheritance was interrupted. Zichen roared, his eyes spitting fire. Amitba. Good will be rewarded and evil will be repaid. It's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. The old monk put his palms together and gradually disappeared. Retribution, my ass. Give me back my inheritance. Zichen roared. He tapped his foot and shot into the air like a ray of golden light. But before he could reach the old monk, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Haha, good and evil will indeed be repaid. My Buddha is wise and merciful. The monk laughed, gloating. You wicked monk. It's all your fault for breaking my inheritance. Today I'll send you on your way. Zichen fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Then he rushed towards the monk with endless killing intent. Boom! Another fierce battle ensued. This time, Zichen was truly enraged, and he attacked fiercely. He was no longer just a sparring partner. He was really going for the kill. The sky trembled and a golden finger fell with a terrifying aura. At the same time, Zichen went forward and punched. The blinding fist light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In the distance, the people of the Moon Pavilion were completely stunned. The two were really strange. They were always fighting, but this time, they were even fiercer. Zichen is indeed the strongest monster. He's an unparalleled sky martial artist. He's actually on par with the evil good monk. The monk has mastered several Buddhist grand techniques. He's one realm higher than Zichen, but he can't suppress him. Several people exclaimed, but the two were fighting fiercely. The monk's protective light shield shook several times and rippled. It was almost broken a few times. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, two more doppelgangers appeared around Zichen. Each of them threw out a powerful punch towards the monk. Ma! The monk was not to be outdone. He used the 6 syllables and destroyed the two doppelgangers. At the same time, the power of the 6 syllables collided with Zichen's energy, dyeing it with endless golden light. This battle lasted for several hours. During this period of time, the people from the Moonlight Pavilion were unceasingly trying to mediate the situation. In the end, the battle stopped. The monk's protective light shield was directly broken by Zichen and the demon ape. At the same time, punches fell like raindrops, leaving the monk with a black eye. Zichen also suffered some injuries. One of his eyes was a little swollen. Monk, if there's a next time, I'll definitely take your life. Humph, we'll talk about it when you have the strength. Although the two stopped fighting, they did not stop talking. They were still scolding each other and saying some harsh words. You wicked bald donkey! Which temple burned the wrong incense and burned you here? Why didn't you say that when you destroyed my inheritance? Good and evil will be repaid. You only have yourself to blame. Even Buddha can't stand it. Bull Shasterisk T. Buddha. Don't let me see him. Otherwise, one day, I'll beat him up until he looks like a pig. 2 hours passed. I can't be bothered with a bald donkey like you. Zichen drank a mouthful of water. His throat was a little dry. Thinking that he had reached the end, he took out the token again. After glancing at it, he was stunned. The golden path was still leading him forward. There was no end. Could it be that there's more inheritance ahead? Zichen's eyes lit up. As for the displeasure of being interrupted, he had already forgotten about it. With the lightning mark, Zichen's speed of receiving the inheritance was not slower than the monk. Even if he was interrupted halfway, he had already comprehended the important things. Let's go, let's go. After that, Zichen urged them to rush forward with the token in hand. The people of the Moon Pavilion followed closely. As for the monk, after a slight hesitation, he also followed closely. Following the direction of the golden light, Zichen walked for dozens of miles. Then, he saw a rippling space. It was obviously the exit. Swoosh! Zichen stepped out. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The dazzling brilliance almost blinded him. The people of the Moon Pavilion also came in one after another. Then, they all exclaimed and closed their eyes. It took them a while to adapt. It was a gorgeous space. It was dazzling and emitted 7-colored light. It was like a huge passage that led deep into the distance. Everyone walked to the other side of the passage with curiosity and doubt. During this time, they did not encounter any danger. The passage was only a few miles long. When they reached the end, they all exclaimed. In front of the passage, there was a Taiji diagram. One was black and one was white. Two rays of extreme energy were flowing, emitting brilliant light. Moreover, each ray of light was like a peerless sharp blade, emitting endless murderous intent. The Taiji diagram rotated. The light was like a peerless sharp blade, making a sonorous sound. Everyone stopped, not daring to go forward. Such murderous intent, such a sharp light blade, could definitely kill everyone easily. A passage formed by the Taiji diagram, full of peerless murderous intent. Behind it is the burial place of the saints? Do we have to go through here? The few women's faces turned pale. Such a peerless murderous intent. Once they got close, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Perhaps even their elixir weapons would be crushed. Moreover, even if they had a strong foundation, they might not be able to pass smoothly. At this moment, the rotating Taiji diagram suddenly stopped. The peerless murderous intent also disappeared in an instant. The two yin-yang eyes in the yin-yang diagram suddenly lit up. They were like two deep passages that led to an unknown place. In the yang-yang school, these two passages represented life and death. How should we go in? Through the life gate or the death gate? The few of them looked at Zichen, waiting for him to decide. Since he appeared until now, Zichen had been silent. He did not say a word and was lost in thought. Chapter 398. The Taiji diagram stopped spinning, and the two yin-yang eyes were extremely deep, like two passages. In yin-yang, the two passages represented life and death. Could it be that one passage leads to the inheritance of the sage, representing the path of life, and the other leads to the burial ground of the sage, representing the path of death? They looked at Zichen and waited for him to make a decision. Occasionally, they would come up with some good guesses. It's very likely. Since it's the burial ground of the sage, there will naturally be the inheritance of the sage. These two should be the places that lead to the inheritance. I just don't know which is life and which is death. We can't enter either door. There's only death at the two entrances, Zichen said with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. If there was no token, it would be right to choose one of the two paths. However, with the token in hand, Zichen wouldn't make a choice. Because the token didn't lead to either of the two passages. There was a third path, but it was only a golden route that led straight to the Taiji diagram. There was no correct direction. What do you mean? Is there no solution to this place? There's no correct direction on the token? They looked at Zichen. The golden route leads straight here and doesn't continue, but I'm sure that it's not either of the two passages, Zichen said. If it's not these two, is there another passage here? Everyone was surprised. But obviously, no one could give an explanation. Boom! After about a minute, the Taiji diagram went berserk again. Energy swirled and killing intent surged. Everyone retreated again for fear of being swept by the light. After a long time, the Taiji diagram stopped spinning again, and two deep passages appeared. How can there be a third passage? The sage's inheritance is right in front of us, but where is the third passage? The entire Taiji diagram was only so big. Everyone could see it several times at a glance. There was no other passage at all. Everyone fell into deep thought. The others didn't know what was behind the Taiji diagram. They all guessed that there was the sage's inheritance, but Zichen knew that there was naturally something extraordinary. There might be a second page of the heavenly book. Because before that, the page of the heavenly book in his sea of consciousness trembled. Therefore, Zichen had to enter the Taiji diagram. Is it possible that the third channel can only be triggered after someone enters the second channel? At this moment, a weak voice rang out. It was Yue. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her head. Yue's reminder caused everyone's eyes to light up, but no one spoke. Entering 2 passageways would lead to a third one. Clearly, this meant that those who entered the 2 passageways would be throwing their lives away. However, all of them wanted to obtain treasures. Who was willing to throw away their lives? That's a good suggestion. We can give it a try. Zichen suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling. What do you mean? Monk looked at Zichen warily. The others also turned pale. What I mean is that we can let someone try. Maybe there really is a third passage. Zichen repeated. A cold smile flashed across his face. It was very sinister. Let someone try. Let those who want me dead. It's those great powers. You want to kill them. It's not necessarily a trap. Maybe there really is a sage's inheritance behind the 2 tunnels. For them, this is an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen turned around and walked back the way he came. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Is he trying to kill everyone? There are so many people, but they're all flying. Monk and the others were shocked by Zichen's generosity. There was an inheritance in this place. Once they were lured here and obtained the inheritance, they would definitely go deeper in excitement. Once they went deeper and saw the Taiji diagram in front of them, they would definitely guess that there was a sage's inheritance behind it. If Zichen gave them a little more guidance and added fuel to the fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph, you guys are always scheming against me. Now it's time for me to retaliate. I'll let it treat you well. Zichen smiled sinisterly and walked out. The coldness around him made the demon ape tremble. The people of the Guanyu pavilion clicked their tongues, especially Xiaoya. Her expression was uneasy. Because of her words, Zichen thought of a brilliant killing plan. Moreover, it was not to kill one person, but a group of people. The kind-hearted her felt a little guilty. In order to cooperate with Zichen's plan, everyone could only follow Zichen and leave. During this period, Zichen entered this place twice. After realizing that the scene was the same, he was even calmer. After that, things were much simpler. Zichen first found a rag and made it look very old. He rubbed it, and it looked like it would fall apart with a touch. After that, he drew a map in the rag. It was very accurate, all the way to the Taiji diagram. After that, he made it look very old, like a treasure map. Zichen took the treasure map and left. The people of the major forces had long stopped looking for Zichen. They were all looking for inheritances and incomplete skills. They were having a lot of fun. The Li family is lucky. The demon died, but they obtained many incomplete skills and the insights of experts. I heard that they obtained another inheritance recently. It's good to go back and report. Isn't that so? The demon is dead. They went completely crazy and chased Zichen for a long time. It was a blessing in disguise. They obtained many incomplete skills. Speaking of Zichen, he seems to have disappeared for a long time. He hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he obtained another inheritance? Impossible. He just obtained another inheritance. What do you think he is? The reincarnation of the god of luck? He hasn't appeared because he's afraid. He's afraid of being killed. The 2 of them were chatting in the air when suddenly, their voices came to an abrupt halt. They looked ahead as if they had seen a ghost. At some point, a young man had appeared in front of them. He was staring at them with a pair of cold eyes. It was Zichen. The 2 of them were only at the early stage of the flying realm. Although they were famous in the outside world, they were nothing in front of Zichen. When they saw Zichen, they were like mice that had seen a cat. They trembled and wanted to run, but they felt their legs tremble. Zichen, what are you doing? When the 2 saw Zichen, their voices changed. Naturally, I'm going to kill you. Zichen's voice was calm. He walked towards the 2 of them, giving them a lot of pressure. Let's fight. The fear in their hearts rose to the peak. They were either sinking or exploding. The 2 of them were obviously the latter. The flying realm's aura rose to the peak. The 2 of them released their strongest attack so far. Their spirit weapons flashed and turned into cold lightning. They attacked Zichen from the left and right. At the same time, the 2 of them attacked. Pen. Zichen punched out and easily destroyed the spirit weapons. At the same time, a golden light flashed. The golden sword chi in his hand was like a sharp blade, slashing towards the two of them. Pft, pft. Blood splattered and heads flew high. The two of them widened their eyes and their vitality dissipated. The two flying realm experts were slaughtered by Zichen in one exchange. After that, Zichen wandered around this area. Anyone he saw from the opposing forces was killed. On the first day, Zichen killed 4 people, all of whom were in the early stage of the flying realm. On the second day, Zichen killed 3 people, one of whom was in the middle stage of the flying realm. In just 2 days, 7 flying realm experts died, causing a stir. Zichen has appeared again. He is hunting the flying realm experts of the major forces. After disappearing for so long, he has appeared again. This time, is he going to kill all the people of the opposing forces? Everyone was shocked. Almost everyone in this area was talking about Zichen. 100 miles away, Zichen is fighting with a middle-stage flying realm expert. Another piece of news came out, and everyone quickly flew off into the distance. Soon, they were 50 kilometers away. Boom! From afar, everyone heard a sound of energy explosion. Moreover, they saw a flying realm expert fleeing in the sky. Below, Zichen was like an ape. He stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, attacking the flying realm expert. They came too late. The battle was coming to an end. They did not see the power of the middle stage flying realm expert. They only saw the scene of the opponent running away and Zichen chasing after him. Boom! After dozens of punches, the middle stage of the Zephyr realm finally reached the critical point. His figure exploded with a loud bang, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He killed him. He killed the middle stage flying realm expert. Zichen's combat strength is really terrifying. Seeing the middle stage flying realm expert being killed with their own eyes, everyone's expression changed and they exclaimed. After killing the enemy, Zichen turned and left. A moment later, a powerful aura appeared. The enemy flying realm experts came with elixir weapons. However, Zichen was nowhere to be found. This incident lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, the flying realm experts of the major forces suffered heavy losses. On the 8th day, they finally surrounded Zichen. Boom! Zichen saw 2 middle stage flying realm experts. He wanted to test his combat strength. 1 against 2, a fierce battle broke out. But before he could kill the enemy, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. Die, you little thief! Zichen, you won't be able to leave today. Today will be the anniversary of your death, Zichen. There were figures of the flying realm experts in all directions. There were several elixir weapons, emitting a terrifying aura, coming from the sky at high speed. Over the past few days, Zichen killed all the flying realm experts of the enemy forces, so they formed an alliance called the Zhangchen Alliance. All the flying realm experts of the enemy forces came, including the 3 geniuses who were still alive. It's about time. Almost all the people he was waiting for were here. Zichen gave up the battle and turned to leave. His body turned into a flash of lightning, showing extreme speed. Just you wait. I'll be back. Zichen's voice echoed between heaven and earth. You can't leave. The aura of the elixir weapons trembled. Terrifying attacks fell, shattering the sky. Zichen used extreme speed to dodge. Moreover, he had comprehended the 4 fades. His speed was even faster. Even the elixir weapons couldn't catch up with him. He ran away quickly. Chase him. Even if we have to chase him for 100,000 miles, we have to kill him. The major forces were in a frenzy as they chased after Zichen. During this period of time, numerous attacks were launched at Zichen. Boom! Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks exploded and dust filled the sky. It was a scene of destruction. He's right in front. Don't let him get away. Surround him from the side. Everyone went crazy and began to chase after Zichen. Furthermore, they were all flying. Very quickly, they left the other rogue cultivators behind. Boom! A huge boulder exploded, revealing a skeleton within. Beside the skeleton, there were some ancient words and an ancient map that was about to disperse. Stop fighting. We found a broken technique. Chapter 399. There was a small ripple in the hunting army. Some people stopped and landed on the skeleton below. It was a human skeleton that had been there for countless years. As a wave of energy swept over, the skeleton turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Only the ancient words and an ancient map remained, but the ancient words were about to be worn out, and the ancient map could not be seen clearly. What is this? An ancient map? Could it be a treasure map? Several people squatted down and looked carefully. At the same time, they imprinted the ancient map in their minds. The ancient map was about to fall apart, and it would break with a single move, so no one touched it. After imprinting the map, they looked at the ancient words again, but they were all ancient words that no one could recognize at all. This should be a treasure, and it belongs to this area. Look here, doesn't it look very similar to the place we passed by before? Yufei pointed at a place on the map and said, Yes, it does look similar. Could it really be a treasure of this area? Wouldn't we be rich then? It's very likely that it's the real place of inheritance. Several people talked at once, and after a while, they talked about the Saint Graveyard, and all of them were very excited. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get the Lord back. Let's go find the treasure and the inheritance. That's right. Compared to a treasure map, a mere Zichin is nothing. Everyone came to their senses and then chased forward. Of course, Yufei held back and did not allow anyone to get close. Not long after, the cultivators returned one by one. After seeing the ancient map, their expressions changed. Pen. With a burst of energy, the ancient map and the ancient words disappeared, turning into dust. They only remembered the ancient map and did not care about the ancient words at all because no one could recognize them, so no one cared about what was written. Call everyone back. Let's go find the inheritance. A group of cultivators spoke, and then more people went to look for their companions. When Zichin found that there were fewer and fewer people chasing behind him, he knew that the plan was a success. Just as he changed his appearance and turned back, he heard one rumor after another. The people of several major forces seem to have made a major discovery and are now going to look for treasures. They seem to have obtained an ancient map. There are many inheritances recorded in it. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Quite a few people were searching for traces of them. However, all of them seemed to have evaporated from this area. There was no trace of them. How is it? By the time Zichin returned, the people of the Moon Pavilion and the evil good monk were already waiting for him. All of them went in. Zichin, you're too ruthless. That's dozens of lives in the air. Zichin smiled, but his expression was somewhat ferocious. Buddhists are particular about karma. In the words of this monk, this is the karma of the past. They have only themselves to blame. The monk did not pay attention to Zichin. He just chanted the name of Buddha and said, Amitabha, Amitabha. His face was full of compassion. You guys stay here and don't let anyone come near. Zichin warned them again. After they nodded, Zichin turned around and left. This time, Zichin went to find another great power. These great powers had long been divided into two groups. One group was the Antichin, and the other was the Baochin. Zichin, why are you here? If he wanted to talk to a major power, he naturally had to find those monsters. Zichin was the first to find Luchin. I have a great opportunity for you guys. Do you have any way to contact them? Zichin went straight to the point. Great opportunity? What opportunity? Luchin asked curiously. A complete supreme inheritance. Once you get it, the overall strength of the Lu family will definitely increase by several levels. Really? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied to you? But you have to find them. This is a very strange place. The inheritances are not the same at all. It just depends on the person. Alright, I'll go now. After hearing Zichen's words, Lu Chen turned around and left. He had to admit that he was very efficient. In less than half a day, he had gathered all the geniuses. Lu Bo, Wang Shi, Wang Qiong, Zhang Haotian, the Qin brothers, and almost all the geniuses were there. Zichen, I heard that you have a great opportunity for us. Why? Did you get some benefits after being hunted down? The geniuses were very familiar with Zichen. As soon as they appeared, they started joking. As expected of geniuses. You're really smart. I only got this great opportunity because I was hunted down. Zichen smiled. Then tell us, what is it? The geniuses were interested and came forward. Recently, we heard that an enemy force found an ancient map. It seems that there's an inheritance in it. You're not going to tell us about this, are you? Yeah, you're not going to ask us to go with you to deal with the other forces, are you? A few of them said half-jokingly. It has something to do with this, but before that, I need you to do something for me. What is it? Ask all your experts to seal off the area within 100 miles. Don't let anyone enter, Zichen said. Why? Because I want those big forces to obtain the inheritance smoothly. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. What? The geniuses were shocked. That inheritance is really related to you. Of course, I made it myself. I also wrote the ancient characters myself. It has nothing to do with me. Who would it be related to? Zichen told them the truth. The geniuses' expressions changed. At this moment, Zichen transmitted his voice and told them everything. There was no need for Zichen to hide anything from them. What? There's actually such a magical place that has all kinds of inheritances? Even Wang Qiong was shocked. That's right. The Thunder Tribe's inheritance, the Buddhist sect's inheritance, and the Moonlight Pavilion's inheritance. We went there in 3 waves and obtained 3 inheritances. There should be endless inheritances there. You don't have to worry about the inheritances being obtained by others. As long as your potential is high enough, that place will be a tailor-made inheritance land. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't snatch from each other. Zichen warned. After suffering a loss once, he had learned his lesson. Those inheritors didn't seem to be remnant wills. It was as if they had real thoughts. There was too much uncertainty in snatching the inheritances. Remember, after obtaining the inheritance, turn around and leave. Don't continue forward. That Taiji diagram is a dead end. Zichen warned again. All the monstrous geniuses nodded and expressed their gratitude one after another. However, each of them sighed in their hearts. Zichen had indeed set a huge trap for everyone to fall into. If things went wrong, all the forces would be annihilated. The blow to the major forces would be unimaginable. There's no news from the Zhu family. They must have left with the big forces. However, they probably wouldn't have thought that it was a huge trap. The geniuses felt sorry for the Zhu family. They felt sorry for Zhu Zizong. Alright, seal this place. When they obtain the inheritance completely, I'll send someone to inform you guys. You guys can come back then. In the end, Zichen left. After returning to the area again and confirming that no one had entered, everyone waited patiently. It would take at least a month for the big forces to obtain the inheritance. During this month, they had to wait. During this period, Zichen had been comprehending the Arhat avatar. One had to admit that the lightning young man had improved again. Although he could still comprehend 2 avatars, he was no longer as powerless as before. They could use combat skills. Although they could only display 10% of Zichen's combat strength, they couldn't play a fundamental role. From 0 combat power to 10% combat power, everything was a good start. Boom! Zichen's 2 avatars demonstrated combat skills one after another, making loud sounds. This made the monk unhappy. He was a Buddhist disciple and comprehended the Arhat avatar at the same time as Zichen. In the end, his achievement wasn't as high as Zichen's, which made him extremely unhappy. When there was nothing to do, the monk would shout loudly and use the 6 syllables mantra. He claimed that he was comprehending, but in fact, it was more to stimulate Zichen. During this period, Zichen had comprehended the 6 syllables mantra many times, but he still didn't make any progress. "Little guy, go inside and take a look," Zichen urged the demon ape. The demon ape, who was dispirited by the four women, was instantly energized when it heard Zichen's words. It squeaked and turned into a black light, running into the depths. As for the exact route, it had already memorized it. "It's so small. Can it do it?" "Yeah, what if it gets caught?" The four women were full of sympathy. Zichen didn't answer, but he was disdainful. The scene of the little guy almost scaring him and Elder Hiroshi to death that day was still vivid in his mind. Anyone could get into trouble here, but it wouldn't. Not long after, the little guy ran out and gestured to Zichen, then squeaked. "You mean, they haven't gotten the inheritance yet, and there's a small conflict?" Squeak squeak. The demon ape nodded happily. "Little Gwai, come to big sister. Little Gwai, you've worked hard. Come here." They gave the little guy a name and waved at it. It was so scared that it shuddered and flew into Zichen's arms. Swoosh! Zichen's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the devil ape and throwing it over. That day, when the little fellow had burrowed herself into his embrace and caused many pairs of jade-like hands to reach out to him, Zichen had not forgotten the embarrassing incident. A month passed quickly. Wang Qiong and the others had arranged everything well. So far, no rogue cultivator had approached this place. During this period, the demon ape entered several times to pass the latest news to Zichen. It was only the size of a fist. If it deliberately hid, no one would be able to find it. A few days later, the demon ape entered again. This time, it brought good news. They had obtained the inheritance and entered the depths. "Little guy, well done," Zichen praised. He turned to Monk and said, "Monk, go and inform the others that they can come over now." Monk didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't have any opinions about this matter. He turned around and left. The others also acted as if it had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, Yua's face was full of self-blame. She knew a little about the grudge between Zichen and the major forces. Now that Zichen wanted to kill someone, she had nothing to say. However, she felt guilty when she remembered that she was the one who reminded him. Chapter 400. In just over a month, several large powers had obtained extremely powerful inheritances. They were all extremely excited. As expected, this is a treasure land. If we bring those inheritances back, our power will rise at the very least. Our Li family is the same. The inheritances we obtained are extraordinary. This time, we won't make any mistakes. The various powers were all delighted. The experts were even joking around. It could be seen how extraordinary the inheritances they had obtained were. "Once we leave this place, Zichen will definitely die if we join hands." "That's right. With the Zhu family and the Geng family, we'll have 6 pill weapons. Killing Zichen won't be a problem." Even after obtaining the inheritances, they hadn't forgotten to kill Zichen. Zichen was too great a threat. Now that they had 6 pill weapons, Zichen would definitely die. "Zichen's conduct is too arrogant. Our Zhu family has long since been unable to tolerate it. We're helping him," said one of the Zhu family's experts. "That's right. Brother Zhu's words are reasonable. We're helping the people. Speaking of which, the ancient map shouldn't be finished, right?" "Yes. There's still a path to guide us. There's more." The Zhu family's expert was startled. "We've obtained such an expert's inheritance, but we still haven't reached the end. Could this ancient map be the core of the holy burial ground?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his breathing became ragged. "Could it be the inheritance of the holy burial ground?" His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. The expressions of all the experts changed. "Let's go and take a look. If it really is the inheritance of the holy burial ground, then we'll really be rich. We'll be able to lead our families to become overlords of the martial heaven continent." All the experts' eyes lit up. They were filled with all kinds of fantasies. Then, they led their families into the sky once more. After entering the Rainbow Channel, their expressions became even more excited. Now, it was like they had all been injected with chicken blood. Their hearts were filled with beautiful longing. None of them paid attention to the fist-sized, swarthy little fellow behind them. This is the Rainbow Channel. It's the same as the one we used to enter. It's really possible that this is the final burial ground of the saints, as well as the location of the saints' inheritance. Furthermore, this is a world within a world. Clearly, the things in the depths of the tunnel are extraordinary. The group of experts quickly walked through the colorful passageway with excitement. Then, they saw the Taiji diagram. The two extreme energies emitted peerless killing intent. They were like sharp blades, emitting sonorous sounds. Everyone's expression changed. They felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but retreat. This is the end. Could it be that the saint's inheritance is behind the Taiji diagram? How can we pass through such a dense killing intent? There's no way we can break through it. Even if an ancestor were to come here, they would still die without a doubt, let alone us. Everyone was speechless. Their excited expressions became much more sober, as if they had been splashed with ice water. No one could pass through such a monstrous killing intent. Even if they had the inheritance of a saint, they would not be fated with it. Where's the ancient map? Is there a map to guide us? Someone reacted and asked aloud. Yes, the ancient map. Many people in the air nodded. Indeed, after comparing it with the ancient map, they made a discovery. The correct passageway is actually the two yin-yang eyes. That's right. Look, those two yin-yang eyes, don't they look like passageways? After comparing it with the ancient map, everyone looked at the yin-yang eyes again. Indeed, they found that they were similar to passageways. But even if we know that the yin-yang eyes are passageways, how are we going to pass through? With such a terrifying killing intent, even an ancestor would not be able to get close. Everyone was worried again. Just then, the time for the Taiji diagram to spin was up. The killing intent disappeared and the Taiji diagram stopped spinning. It stopped. It actually stopped. Indeed, there are two passageways. We can go in now. Seeing the two passageways appear, everyone cheered. Some were even eager to give it a try. But in the end, no one went in. Everyone present was in the air. No one was a fool. Although there were not many who knew about yin-yang, they had heard of it. There were two yin-yang passageways. One represented life and the other represented death. And the arrows pointed to two passageways. This was obviously illogical. Everyone instantly guessed that the ancient map might be fake. But in an instant, this guess was dispelled. If it was fake, it would be impossible for them to get the inheritance. The yin-yang passageway, one represents life and the other represents death. Now that the arrows are pointing to both, which one should we choose? Everyone was worried. Could it be that both of them are life gates? This guess was illogical. If they were both life gates, then what was the use of the Taiji diagram and two types of extreme energy? Buzz. The killing intent appeared again. The Taiji diagram spun again. Everyone still did not understand and hesitated. No one went in rashly. Suddenly someone said, "Could the arrows be pointing to the balance of yin-yang?" This was a mid-level Zephyrus who had a little knowledge of yin-yang. As soon as his voice fell, he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, a sense of accomplishment rose from the heart. And at this moment, thinking about it again, they felt that it made sense. What do you mean? Several Zephyrus powerhouses asked together. They were like curious babies. As everyone knows, the yin-yang passageway is divided into yin and yang, life and death. It is called the yin-yang gate of life and death. Sometimes it is yang life and yin death, and sometimes it is yang death and yin life. It is constantly changing. The mid-level Zephyrus opened his mouth and told them what he knew. The others all nodded, looking as if they had just been enlightened, which made him feel very comfortable. Under normal circumstances, when this passageway appears, we have to choose one. This is a gamble of life and luck. Other than that, we have no other choice. Just when everyone nodded again, the mid-level Zephyrus changed the topic and said loudly, "But this is only the general situation, only the normal situation, not the special situation now. Everyone listened quietly. The map points to 2 passageways. At present, there are 2 explanations and 2 situations. The first explanation is that the map is fake. Someone is tricking us and sending us to our deaths. As soon as the mid-level Zephyrus words came out, it caused a burst of laughter. The tense atmosphere eased a lot. If it is really to trick us, we won't get the inheritance. Yes, that is the ancient map and ancient words. How did the ancient people know that we are coming? Why did they trick us? It is impossible to trick us. This ancient person must have sensed that there is not much life left and deliberately left the ancient map, waiting for the destined person to get the inheritance. Many people spoke. Before they got the inheritance, no one believed that it would be a scam. Yes, what everyone said is very reasonable. So, there is a second situation. The mid-level Zephyrus spoke again. What is the situation? Hurry up and say it, don't keep us in suspense. Someone urged. The second situation is the coexistence of yin and yang. The reason why it points to 2 passageways is obviously that if we enter, we have to enter both passageways at the same time to achieve the balance of yin and yang. That is the way to live. The mid-level Zephyrus held his head high and looked very confident. Yes, the analysis is reasonable. Only when yin and yang are in balance can they coexist. As expected of the Saint Burial Ground. There is such a mystery. If we don't get the exact route and just guess, we will naturally die if we enter one of the passageways. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone nodded and agreed. At this moment, the yin-yang map stopped operating again. The peerless killing intent disappeared, and the yin-yang passageway reappeared. Now listen to my order. 2 people go in first and see what is going on. A strong Zephyrus spoke. Obviously, he was not completely at ease. After that, the 2 flashed into the yin-yang passageway. Their figures disappeared the moment they touched the passageway. It was as if they walked into another world. There was no sound and they disappeared just like that. They must have entered another world. This is a world within a world. It is the final burial ground of a saint. Naturally, it is extraordinary. After the 2 disappeared, everyone was even more certain. Everyone, don't panic. Go in 2 by 2. We must balance yin and yang so that they can coexist. After Zichen heard this through the colorful passageway, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was his ultimate goal. It made people think of the balance of yin and yang, coexistence of yin and yang. Of course, this move was also practiced by him. Almost every time in the study of yin and yang, the balance of yin and yang would be mentioned. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the number of people was arranged, everything became simple. Zephyrus moved and rushed into the 2 passageways like a ray of light. He was afraid that he would be 1 step behind others. After the number of people was distributed, unfortunately, there was 1 more person. You stay here and wait. The last person was naturally at the early stage of Zephyrus. He was helplessly left behind. He could only watch the others enter the passageway to find the saint's inheritance. In less than 3 breaths, all the Zephyrus rushed into the passageway. At this moment, Zichen appeared with a sneer on his face. Hearing the footsteps, the early stage Zephyrus' face changed. He turned around and saw Zichen. He exclaimed, "Zichen, it's you. You are here too. You have been following us." "Following you? I have been waiting for you here for a long time." Zichen grinned. His eyes flashed coldly. "What do you mean?" The early stage Zephyrus suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. "That ancient map was drawn by me. What do you think I mean?" "You." The Zephyr early stage had a face full of shock. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Zichen quickly stepped forward and twisted the neck of the other party. "Will the 3rd passageway appear?" Zichen was full of expectations. Boom! At this moment, energy fluctuations came from the 2 passageways. It seemed that a battle was going on. The Tai Chi diagram also trembled at this time. A colorful light appeared out of thin air and finally turned into a light door, appearing in the middle of the Tai Chi diagram. There is really a third passageway. The people of Guanyu Pavilion all widened their eyes in disbelief. The monk who came later was also shocked. The appearance of the light door shocked everyone. Then, everyone was ecstatic. Obviously, there was hope to get the saint's inheritance. Chapter 401. Whoosh! The token appeared, emitting a brilliant red light. It was like a flame, instantly surrounding Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's body seemed to be burning. Then, under the raging flames, Zichen left the ground and went toward the colorful light gate. The colorful light gate bloomed, and a strange energy flowed on the surface of the gate. It was like a light curtain, preventing people from entering. Zichen had expected this scene. He had told them before. Although they were regretful, they were not surprised. Boom! Boom! The two channels became violent, as if an even more intense battle was happening inside. Then, a terrifying aura surged, and figures rushed out of the channels. These were all true experts. They had only entered for a few breaths, but when they appeared, they were in a sorry state. They were covered in blood, and they were holding a badly mutilated person in their hands. 90% of their lives were gone, and they were only left with one breath. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to faintly discern that the badly mutilated and half-dead people were actually monstrous geniuses. Why? Why is this happening? This is clearly a land of death. Why is it like this? A total of 6 experts rushed out, each holding a pill weapon. Apart from them, the others were all dead. Moreover, there were cracks on the pill weapon in one of their hands. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The people they had brought were almost completely annihilated. This loss was unacceptable. They roared in anger, and their hearts ached. Ever since the incident with the 10-direction Nirvana formation, their clan had been severely weakened. They had lost many of their core experts. This time, they had even sent out a large number of experts to make a last stand. However, they had never imagined that they would be completely wiped out here. Ah! What is going on? They roared in anger. Their hair danced wildly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Their expressions were as if they wanted to eat someone. Moreover, their faces were covered in blood, and their killing intent was monstrous. As soon as they rushed out of the Taiji diagram, they felt a scorching wave of fire. Then, they saw a figure wrapped in flames. Zichen. It's you, you damn thing. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Now that they saw Zichen, they were even more furious. Their killing intent surged, and they couldn't wait to kill Zichen on the spot. But in the next moment, they saw the colorful door of light. They then saw Yukong lying dead on the ground, as well as Evil Good and the others in the distance. If they still did not understand what was going on, they would really be fools. They instantly understood. It's you! You were the one who made that ancient map! It was all for the sake of tricking us. This is all part of your scheme. A few of the Yu family cultivators who were holding their pill weapons were so angry that they almost fainted. They gritted their teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. You guys are really lucky to not die. That's right, all of this is my arrangement. You guys have harmed me time and time again. This time, I can only use you guys to open the third passage and let me obtain the saint's inheritance. Surrounded by flames, Zichen flew up into the air. Looking down at them, he admitted to the matter. Zichen, you will die a horrible death. How can you be so cruel to kill so many people? Do you still have any humanity left? Are you still human? So many experts have been killed by you. The few of them roared. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. So many experts were nurtured by their families, and they died just like that. Even the monster was half dead, with only a single breath left. They were so angry that they coughed out blood and almost fainted on the spot. Seeing how sorrowful and heartbroken these experts were, the people of the Moonlight Pavilion all lowered their heads. This was especially true for Yue, who blamed herself in her heart. Amitba. tyrant chanted Buddha's name with a calm expression. Just like what he said before, everything was caused by karma. Today's karma reaped what you sowed back then. The people of the major forces tried to kill Zichen time and time again, using all kinds of methods. It was only natural that they would end up like this. Haha, if I'm cruel, then what about you? You schemed against me time and time again. You slaughtered Lin Shui's family and tried to kill my friends. Don't you deserve to die? Amidst the flames, Zichen laughed and said in a cold voice, You all deserve to die. I don't have the strength to do so today, but in the future, I will kill all of you along with your families. After killing so many experts, Zichen still had resentment in his heart. The major forces tried to harm him and his friends again and again. They deserved it. Zichen, our Zhu family has no grudge with you. Why are you so cruel to kill us together? The Zhu family expert said, his face full of anger and grievance. Your Zhu family is no good either. You've been playing tricks on me time and time again. Don't think that I don't know that you all brought this upon yourselves. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Even if I have to choose again, I will still kill you all. The talisman wrapped around Zichen slowly approached the gate of light. What a vicious brat. Since we're already irreconcilable, then we'll kill you right here and now. Such a vicious and merciless person will only be a scourge in this world. Kill! Kill! We'll get rid of a scourge for the people. Killing intent flickered in their eyes. The elixir weapons in their hands were shining with dazzling light. It was so bright that no one could look at them directly. They were like suns. There were a total of 6 pill weapons, which were also 6 suns. They emitted a terrifying aura and attacked Zichen madly. At this moment, the flames wrapped around Zichen. He couldn't even move, let alone dodge. He was like a target, waiting for the 6 pill weapons to land. No! The Moonlight Pavilion's people let out startled cries. In this world, who could block the simultaneous attacks of 6 pill weapons without moving? Boom! One pill weapon after another landed on Zichen's body, causing a series of explosions. Terrifying energy surged out, and Zichen's flame barrier instantly twisted before exploding with a bang. At the same time, Zichen's figure arrived in front of the gate of light. He could enter the gate in the next breath, but it was too late. Pun! An even louder explosion rang out. Zichen's figure was completely shattered by the energy, turning into nothingness. Is Zichen dead? The Moonlight Pavilion's people were filled with disbelief. Zichen was so close to the gate of light. Amitabha! Tyrant's expression didn't change as he chanted. Haha, he's dead. He's finally dead. That bastard has finally died by our hands. Zichen, no matter how strong you are, no matter how talented you are, you will definitely die if you go against us. Everyone was laughing crazily. Zichen was too much of a laughingstock for them. They couldn't even raise their heads. Many of their Imperial Sky cultivators were killed because of him. Fortunately, it was all over. They saw Zichen turn into nothingness with their own eyes. Now that Zichen was dead, they could go back with an explanation. Moreover, the life of the clan's genius was saved. They could even bring the inheritance back. Although the loss was great, with the inheritance back, they believed that in a few years, there would be more experts appearing. Is Zichen really dead? The woman from the Moonlight Pavilion still couldn't believe it. Of course he's dead. He was killed by the pill weapons. Not even his ashes were left. He turned into nothingness. The group of experts roared, solemnly emphasizing. The colorful gate of light dissipated at this moment, slowly returning to nothingness. It seemed that Zichen was really dead. So what if he's only one step away from the saint's inheritance? He's still dead. This is the consequence of going against us. Several experts roared as if they had lost their minds. It was obvious how much pressure Zichen had brought to them. The trip to the saint's burial ground came to an end. The colorful gate of light outside emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then, one figure after another appeared. Many grandmasters didn't leave. They had been waiting outside. At this moment, they directly appeared. the people from the Moonlight Pavilion appeared. 5 of them went in, and 5 of them came out. They were taken away by the old woman from the Moonlight Pavilion. After that, many rogue cultivators appeared. They were all overjoyed. After seeing the Grandmasters, their faces changed and they hurriedly left. Next, it should be the big forces. I wonder how much they've gained. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the light flashed again and several figures appeared. Everyone thought that they were rogue cultivators and didn't pay much attention. But in the next moment, they felt the aura of the pill weapons. This is the aura of the pill weapons. Everyone's face changed. There wasn't just one pill weapon, but several. After the light dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. There were only 10 people present, but they represented 6 big forces. Where are the others? Seeing these people, everyone was stunned. Some Grand Masters couldn't help but ask. Dead. They're all dead. There's only a few of us left, Yukong said in a deep voice. What? Several Grand Masters couldn't help but tremble. Even if they were mentally strong, they couldn't take this blow at this moment. What? They're all dead? What happened inside? So many experts from the big forces are all dead. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. It's Zichen. He used a fake map and killed everyone. But then Yukong said another explosive topic. It was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It was extremely shocking. Zichen had caused everyone's death. Zichen again. What? It's that damn thing. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to eat him. The Grand Masters were furious. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies, causing everyone's face to change drastically. They all retreated in fear. Zichen is already dead, killed by our joint efforts. Not even his bones remain, beaten into nothingness. Another one said. His death is not regrettable. The Grand Masters roared. However, even more people let out cries of surprise. Each piece of news was bigger than the previous one, and it shocked them so much that their heads were in a daze. Wang Zhenwei was very nervous. Because until now, none of their people had appeared. The same went for the other big forces. In the next moment, endless light flashed. The biggest winner of this saint's burial ground had appeared. Then, figures appeared one after another. As the light dissipated, their faces were revealed. They were all people from the other big forces. Moreover, there were so many of them. Compared to the 10 people who were alone, the difference was too big. Phew. Wang Zhenwei heaved a sigh of relief. The other big forces also felt the same. They didn't lose much. On this day, the saint's burial ground came to an end. Chapter 402. The saint burial ground had already attracted a lot of attention, and now that it was closed, more and more news spread. Among them, the most shocking news was the incident where Zichen killed the major forces. It's too terrifying. He killed dozens of Zephyr Realm cultivators alone, and there was no lack of mid-stage and late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators among them. I heard that if it wasn't for the pill weapon, everyone would have died. Even so, he only managed to save the clan's genius. This incident was far more shocking than the incident in the Land of Dead Silence, and it caused a great shock. So much so that Zichen's heroic feat of punching a Zephyr Realm cultivator was deliberately ignored. The major forces have repeatedly harmed Zichen. Among them, the Martial Ancestors faction even attacked Zichen when he was still in the Truchi realm, chasing him all the way. Zichen stumbled and killed countless enemies to achieve what he has today. They set up one trap after another, set up one decapitation stage after another, and formed one decapitation stage after another, and formed one decapitation stage after another, but they still couldn't kill Zichen. Who would have thought that Zichen would only set up 2 traps and cause the major forces to suffer such heavy losses? Everyone was discussing this matter. There were even some people who talked about Zichen's history. They realized that Zichen's path had always been filled with people chasing after him and killing him. And it was all high-level pursuit. When he was still in the Truchi realm, he was chased by Zephyr Realm cultivators, which made everyone dumbfounded. It could be said that Zichen grew up in the midst of killing. In the end, he became the strongest genius with unparalleled combat strength. But today, this monstrous genius had died. Zichen died honorably. Looking at this area, who has the means of Zichen? With his own strength, he could make the major forces suffer such a great loss, and kill 70% of their combat strength. Now, putting aside the foundation, the true combat strength of the major forces can't even compare to some second-rate families. The only one who can make the major forces lose face like this is Zichen. Zichen's prestige among the rogue cultivators was already very high. This was especially true for the rogue cultivators who had obtained benefits this time. They had publicized Zichen's incident even more. Among them, the fact that Zichen had single-handedly defeated a Zephyr was no longer shocking, because there were even more shocking things happening. The fact that Zichen killed the monster from the Li clan only caused a small ripple. Another monster from the Li clan is dead. What? This time it's a freak of flight? Then it's not a freak. Isn't it the same? This is the third one, right? Each one is worse than the last. I wonder if the Li clan has a fourth genius. When some people heard this news, they were already used to it. They were not surprised anymore. Zichen had killed too many monsters. What? Zichen almost killed another flight-type freak, but was stopped by a late-stage flight type with a pill weapon. Hearing the word again, many people wanted to laugh. The freaks of the major forces used to represent the strongest battle strength, represented the pride of the heavens, and were favored by all. They were surrounded by endless halos and were envied by everyone. But since the appearance of Zichen, they seemed to have found a nemesis. One after another they were killed, and one after another were slaughtered. The two sides went from being evenly matched to a huge gap in strength in the end. There were freaks who used their lives to bear witness. Now, when the freaks of the major forces were mentioned, everyone sneered disdainfully. What kind of trash freaks were they? They were all dead when facing Zichen. At this time, someone told the whole story of Zichen's murder in the saint's burial ground. Zichen used a real inheritance to set up a shocking murder. His purpose was to kill everyone, but he didn't expect that someone from the Zephyr realm would use a pill weapon to kill his way out. As soon as the news came out, it caused another uproar. Those who were curious about how Zichen set up a trap with a fake map were completely shocked by Zichen's generosity. It's really a big deal. He used a real inheritance to set up a shocking murder. Zichen used himself to set up a trap in the land of dead silence. It was already incredible that he attracted so many experts. I didn't expect that this time. It was even more terrifying. He used a real inheritance to lure them into his trap. As expected of an expert who grew up with killing. His will is firm and his methods are fierce. Everyone was amazed, but more people felt pity for Zichen. A sky-level expert with unparalleled battle strength had died just like that. Although he had created a lot of glory and left countless legends in this area, he had died before he could truly grow up. His glory had not been fully displayed. Zichen is only at the true energy realm, but he already gave them a headache and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Of course they are afraid. Otherwise, when Zichen grows up, he can really slaughter these major families. 10,000 years of inheritance will be useless. If Zichen successfully breaks through to the ancestral master realm and stands at the door of the major forces, who can do anything to him? He has 2 types of ultimate energy, and is even stronger than Su Long back then. The news of Zichen's death spread across this area in just a few days. What? Brother-in-law is really dead? In Yinxia City, Wang Shan was in disbelief. According to the news, he was blasted into nothingness and died without a complete corpse. Wang Shi said faintly. Impossible. Brother-in-law's life is so tough. How could he die? Wang Shan still could not believe it. He said. Back then, he broke through so many deadly traps. How could he die in the traps he set up? At that time, there were 6 elixir weapons attacking him at the same time. Wang Shan was silent. Who in the world could resist 6 elixir weapons at the same time? I don't believe that he will die, Wang Xian'er said with a rare calm expression. Then, she turned and left. 2 days later, a piece of news that was neither big nor small spread out. In Yinxia City, the second genius of the Wang family, Wang Xian'er, fought against the genius of the Chu family, Chu Sun. Both sides fought for less than 10 moves and Chu Sun was defeated. Although this news was not as big as Zichen's incident, it still caused some waves when the second genius of Yinxia City fought for the first time. That fairy who lived up to her name displayed her strength for the first time. She defeated a freak in less than 10 moves. That was not all. In the next few days there was news of the Tsung family's genius being defeated. Then, there was news of the martial ancestor's genius being defeated. Of course, it was not Wu Mo. On the 6th day, Wang Xian'er sat on the back of the flamingo and went to the Zhu family to challenge Zhu Zizong. Zhu Zizong was the first-generation genius who was not killed by Zichen. He was very strong. Wang Xian'er was elegant and graceful like a fairy. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. She launched one illusory battle technique after another. As the first genius of the Zhu family, Zhu Zizong was very strong. Moreover, he had obtained the inheritance this time and was very strong. However, the two sides fought fiercely. In the 9th move, Zhu Zizong was defeated. Again, it was less than 10 moves. How dare you make an enemy out of Zichen with such despicable means? You are not worthy at all. Wang Xian'er left these words behind and left. She left behind a group of Zhu family members with ugly expressions. Wang Xian'er is indeed strong. She is obviously standing up for Zichen. If I have such a confidant, I will be satisfied even if I die. The first time Wang Xian'er made a move, it was all for Zichen. Their friendship had become a much-told story. The flames of gossip burned in the hearts of many as they guessed how the two of them met. They thought of all kinds of wonderful guesses, all kinds of stories of scholars and beauties. Moreover, there were even people who recorded it down, and it became a beautiful story that spread far and wide. However, no one knew that when the two of them met for the first time, Wang Xian'er wanted to capture Zichen. After that, Zichen almost killed Wang Xian'er. When Zichen's incident was developing, Wang Xian'er came out and fought for Zichen. In less than 10 moves, she defeated 4 geniuses. Just as the legend was spreading, a girl in green walked out of the Lu family in Yongqi City. She was Lin Shui, who had just broken through the Zephyr realm. She was like a green lotus. Her beautiful eyes were pure and flawless. She walked the same path as Wang Xian'er. On the first day, she defeated Chu Sun. On the second day, she defeated the genius of the Tsung family. On the third day, she defeated the genius of the martial ancestor. On the 4th day, she defeated Zhu Zizong. Again, it was less than 10 moves. After that, Lin Shui turned and left without saying a word. She was extremely disdainful. When the news spread, it caused a stir again. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? Not only was Zichen strong, but his confidant was also terrifyingly strong. She defeated the geniuses in less than 10 moves. Zichen is really lucky to have such a confidant. After that, the flames of gossip burned again. But it was not over yet. After the 2 confidants of Zichen made their moves, some of Zichen's friends also made their moves. Zhang Haotian killed several Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Zephyr Realm in one day. Then, he killed the Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Li family who came to help and left. On the second day, the Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Zephyr Realm were massacred again. 4 of them died. Humph, you monsters better hide. Don't let me, Zhang Haotian, see you. Otherwise I'll kill you without mercy, Zhang Haotian said ruthlessly after killing. This was Zhang Haotian. The cultivators of the major forces were furious. They chased after Zhang Haotian with their elixir weapons for tens of thousands of miles. Just when the crowd was in an uproar and thought that Zhang Haotian was going to be killed, a 10-direction Nirvana formation appeared. The 10-direction Nirvana formation was destroyed. Formation flags emitted a dazzling light. An elegant young man stood in the air and controlled the formation flags to destroy all life. Screams and roars sounded continuously. The Zephyr Realm cultivators of the major forces suffered heavy losses again. In the end, the elixir weapons broke a hole in the formation and a few Zephyr Realm cultivators ran out. However, they were all injured. On that day, the spectators said that if it weren't for the elixir weapons, everyone would have died. In the end, Zhang Haotian and the young man were afraid of the elixir weapons and let them go. The world was in an uproar again. His confidant had just shown off. Could it be that Zichen's brother had also appeared? Some people guessed the identity of the elegant young man. He was LV Pun, the one who had obtained the legacy of the Butcher formation. At the same time, the Gung family of Letian City suffered a fatal blow. A young man named Nye Tian had turned the Gung family upside down. There were rumors that Nye Tian was Zichen's friend. The major forces were suppressed. The Zephyr Realm cultivators didn't dare to go out casually. They were very sullen. Fortunately, this sullenness didn't last long. News of a group of monsters leaving this area spread. On that day, Zhang Haotian and LV Ping stepped onto a transportation formation and left this area. Lu Qin and Lin Shui of the Lu family also left. Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wang Shan, and Wang Xianer of the Wang family also stepped onto a transportation formation and left. Martial Ancestors' other branch, Wu Enmo and Niao Kong, also left the sect. Chapter 403. For the people of this region, it was a golden age for so many monstrous geniuses to roam the outside world. However, some factions were destined to not even have the chance to serve as foils. For example, the Gung family and the Li family's monstrous geniuses had all been killed by Zichen. Apart from the ancestor level, there was no one in this region who could suppress these monstrous geniuses. If they wanted to increase their strength again, they could only go to a wider world. That was their stage. Everything would eventually come to an end. They would never forget that a person called Zichen had brought endless legends and endless glory to this region. He had once overshadowed all the other monstrous geniuses with his own strength. This region had completely quieted down. Without a group of young monstrous geniuses, it lacked the vitality it should have. It was like an old man in his twilight years, filled with a deathly aura. It was dusk. The large factions that had been on tenterhooks also breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, they would do their best to nurture the next generation of young people and accumulate strength. Dust would eventually settle, and legends would also fade away. As time passed, the legends about Zichen slowly became a thing of the past. This region was filled with a deathly aura, and there were no longer any ripples. Occasionally, in the taverns, after getting drunk, people would mention that there was a young man named Zichen who suppressed the younger generation and became the strongest monster. He created endless glory, but in the end, he died young. A year had passed, and those monstrous geniuses who had left still hadn't returned. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. And people gradually forgot about those monstrous geniuses of the past. A new generation of young people began to show their talents. Young geniuses appeared one after another. They were only in their teens, but they had already stepped into the Xiantian realm. Each of them had outstanding talents, indicating the arrival of another golden age. During this year, many young geniuses appeared. One era passed, and another came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The young geniuses brought vitality to this deathly region. However, the waves they caused were not as shocking as Zichen's. These young geniuses were only in the Xiantian realm. They still had a long way to go. As for the former Zhan martial ancestor, the Xian martial ancestor, because of the two monstrous geniuses, Zhang Haotian and Lu Peng, they had become famous. As the young geniuses rose, the monstrous geniuses created their own glory in another region. The natives of the southern domain had made a name for themselves. In a nameless mountain range, the sky was clear and blue. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of rolling thunder resounded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The boundless might of thunder made the hearts of all living things tremble. Hundreds of beasts prostrated themselves in fear and unease. This was a lightning tribulation with terrifying power that could obliterate everything. The world was silvery white. Streaks of lightning were like chains of heaven and earth, piercing through the heavens. Thunder rumbled, and the might of the lightning was vast and mighty. Large areas of the forest were destroyed. The mountain peak exploded, and rocks rolled down. Endless lightning filled the sky. Hundreds of beasts roared and fled frantically. Some of the slower ones were instantly destroyed by the lightning. It was a scene of apocalypse. But in this sea of lightning, there was a black-haired youth who was using his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. Golden light shone around him as he unleashed one powerful attack after another. The lightning that filled the sky was scattered by him, turning into lightning energy that he devoured in large gulps. He then used this energy to temper his body and strengthen his physique. Golden light flickered. He was like a god of war in golden armor, standing in the midst of the thousands of lightning bolts, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc. Rumble! The lightning bolts fell from the sky, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, it completely drowned the world, forming a sea of lightning. The entire forest was in a frenzy at this moment. Rocks collapsed, trees exploded, and the earth cracked. Endless might of thunder wreaked havoc on everything. This lightning tribulation lasted for a few hours, shocking the surroundings. When the energy dissipated, a young man walked out of the devastated forest. On his shoulder, there was a glowing little guy that looked like an ape and a monkey. It's been 2 years. I wonder what happened in the outside world. With the little guy, the young man came to a bustling city to inquire about the whereabouts of some old friends. On that day, there was a fierce battle between two geniuses, which attracted a lot of attention. The geniuses were from the Tsang and Li families. In the end, the genius from the Tsang family won. The genius from the Li family lost. The Li family is in decline now. Zichen killed 3 geniuses and many experts. Since then, they have been unable to recover. It's not that the Li family is unable to recover, but that Tsang family has become stronger. 2 years ago, the genius from their family brought back the inheritance of the saint's burial ground. As a result, the Tsang family's overall strength has become stronger. In the pub, many people were discussing the battle that day. The rise of the young genius had brought some vitality to this area. It's just a battle between Xiantian realm experts. There's nothing special about it. I still miss the era of Zichen. Even the Imperial Sky realm experts fell in large numbers. Yeah. I saw it with my own eyes that day. He killed the Imperial Sky realm expert with one punch. His unparalleled combat strength is terrifying. At that time, as long as Zichen appeared, there would be a bloodbath. But in the end, Zichen died and became a Sky realm expert. Without Zichen and the genius, this area is dead. In the past 2 years, there hasn't been a single decent battle. I really miss the era of Zichen. 2 years had passed. When Zichen was mentioned again, there was a small commotion in the pub. Many people were sighing. Is it already an era? I'm already a thing of the past. In an inconspicuous corner, a young man looked out of the window and was lost in thought. It had only been 2 years, but an era had passed. Where are my friends? Did they all leave? In the following discussions, as the young man had guessed, all the geniuses had left. Wang Xianer defeated the 4 geniuses in less than 10 moves. It caused quite a commotion. And Lin Shui. She's not any weaker than Wang Xianer. She also defeated the 4 geniuses in less than 10 moves. Zichen's friends have always been strong. Everyone knows that. But no one expected that even his confidant is so strong. I heard that Nye Tian made the Geng family suffer a great loss. Shan Haotian and Lu Ping joined forces and almost killed all the flight warriors of the major forces. With the help of alcohol, everyone reminisced about the past and sighed. In the corner, a young man was in a daze. He didn't expect so many things to happen after that. An era has come to an end. A new generation of young people is about to rise. The era of Zichen is over. Yeah. Although he created a glorious era, he still died. What a pity. Everyone sighed. Humph, he's just a dead man. What's there to sigh about? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A young man walked in from outside. He was only in his teens, but he was emitting a fierce aura. Kid, what did you say? A cultivator slammed the table and stood up. Didn't you hear me? I said he's just a dead man. The young man's voice was cold as he strode in. Behind him was a middle-aged man. It's him. The young genius of the Tsung family. He just defeated the young genius of the Li family. He's only 15 years old, and he's already at the middle Xiantian realm. His talent is extraordinary. It's said that the Tsung family has already raised him as the #1 genius. The middle-aged man beside him is a flight warrior of the Tsung family. He's been protecting him. Many people recognized the young man and exclaimed. Hearing the discussions around him, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He glanced around and said indifferently, Zichen is a thing of the past. He was beaten to death by the experts of my family. Moreover, his talent wasn't high. He was only at the Truchi realm when he was 16 years old. Such trash talent makes me feel ashamed. The young man was very arrogant, and he had the right to be arrogant. He had reached the middle Xiantian realm at 15 years old. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or strength, he was much stronger than Zichen at that time. However, many people didn't agree. Zichen's talent wasn't high, but his battle prowess was strong. Cultivation didn't represent his battle prowess. Every time he killed an enemy, he was stronger than him. However, no one said anything because the middle-aged man's flight warrior aura made everyone's expression change. Moreover, the other party was from the Tsung family. He had an irreconcilable enmity with Zichen, and this was Tsung Li City. At this moment, no one dared to provoke the Tsung family. Kid, don't be so rude. Even if some people are dead, they're still not people a brat like you can blaspheme. However, some people were unconvinced and still spoke up. What? Did I say something wrong? His talent is mediocre. In the same realm, I can kill 10 of him. The young man said proudly. Haha, young man, even your family's elders wouldn't dare to say that. If Zichen was still alive, he would be able to fly at the very least. Who in the same realm could suppress him? As for you, you'd better go fight a Xiantian realm expert. No matter how strong he is, he's still a dead man. He was killed by my family's experts. The young man's expression was ashen. You're only saying he's dead. Why don't you say how many of your family's experts died at his hands? In the holy burial ground, he single-handedly defeated a group of flight warriors. At that time, Zichen was only at the true essence realm. As for your family's monsters, they were heavily injured several times. Even their teeth were knocked out. Enough. The young man was infuriated. What? Did I say something wrong? Back then, when Zichen attacked, even your mid-Zephyr was forced to flee. Now that he's dead, a mere brat like you dares to come here and talk big? 2 years ago, you were only 13. If you saw Zichen, you probably would have peed your pants. Uncle Luo, I hate this nonsense fly. I'll knock out all his teeth and let him know the consequences of slandering the Tsung family, said the young man coldly. Humph, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it clearly in your hearts. What, you want to attack me today? This was a true Essence 9 celestial layer cultivator. He had been to the Saint Burial Ground that day and was very grateful to Zichen. 2 years ago, your family's experts were suppressed by Zichen's friends. You cowered in your family and didn't dare to come out. Have you forgotten? 2 years later, you want to attack a rogue cultivator again. Have you forgotten the pain? No one said anything. Only this true essence expert was able to argue. Uncle Luo, I hate him. Just kill him, said the young man indifferently. His eyes were as cold as if he was looking at a dead man. You can't win in an argument, so you want to kill. As expected, that really is your style. It seems what happened 2 years ago didn't teach you a profound lesson. You talk too much. Now I'll send you on your way. Chapter 404. Yukong attacked, unleashing a swift and fierce attack, wanting to kill the ninth celestial layer true essence cultivator. There was an insurmountable gap between the two of them. Without breaking through to Yukong and experiencing it personally, one would never know how terrifying it was. It was impossible for everyone to be Zichen. Under normal circumstances, Yukong could easily kill a ninth sky of true essence cultivator. It could even be called a massacre. Pun! However, the massacre that the crowd had been expecting did not happen. Instead, there was a loud tremor, and a transparent ripple spread out in all directions. Following which, with a series of crackling sounds, the tables, chairs, and benches shattered. At the same time, the middle-aged man retreated with an ugly expression. Looking ahead, a black-robed man had appeared at some point, protecting the true essence cultivator and coldly watching Yukong. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man shouted. The two of them had exchanged a blow, so he couldn't sense the opponent's strength at all. However, he felt a dangerous aura from the opponent. Behind the cold-faced man, the true essence cultivator was extremely excited. He looked out of the corner of his eyes and saw a black-robed young man looking out of the window in a daze. "It's him! It's really him! He's not dead!" The cultivator was very excited because he recognized the young man. It was him who had once made the Yukong of the major forces tremble. It was him who had once made a group of monsters a laughingstock. It was him who had created one miracle after another. He had been to the Saint Burial Ground and seen Zichen's imposing figure. He would never forget it in his life. Seeing him again today, he recognized him at a glance. "You guys are really overbearing," the cold-faced man said with a cold voice. "Who is he? Is he Zichen's friend? He's really strong. He should be comparable to a monster." The true essence cultivator was very excited, especially Zichen's monster friend. He felt extremely proud that he could save him. "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Isn't this Tsungli City?" the cold-faced man said. "If you know, then why are you still acting so arrogantly here? Do you know that the dignity of the Tsung family is not to be violated? Why don't you come and apologize?" the young genius said coldly. "Haha, what a familiar sentence. I haven't heard it in a long time." The indifferent man chuckled, but there was no trace of a smile on his face. "Your overbearing ways have long been ingrained in your bones. Now, even a mere innate dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Humph, what a mere Xiantian. From what I see, you're just a mere Yukong cultivator. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Tsung family's territory? Today, you won't be able to escape." The young genius coldly snorted, but he wasn't stupid. He turned around and left the tavern. In the next moment, an explosion sounded in the outside world. This was the signal for the Tsung family to gather all their experts. "It's been 2 years. The Tsung family has been silent for 2 years. Are they trying to show off their might this time? Who is this indifferent man? He actually dares to provoke a member of the Tsung family in Tsungli City." Everyone discussed in low voices, trying to guess the identity of the cold and indifferent man. "Uncle Luo, pin him down. Don't let him escape. Our family's experts will be here soon." The little genius's voice rang out from outside the tavern. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Just looking at Uncle Luo's expression, he knew that he wasn't a match for him. That was why he had directly gathered his family's experts. Just as they had said, the Tsung family, which had been silent for 2 years, needed to show off their might. They needed to prove to the world that they were still a major power, and that they weren't as weak as the rumors said. Bang! But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out in the tavern. Then, a figure flew out in a very sorry state. It was that so-called Uncle Luo. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, he had been sent flying with a single punch. "Someone's attacking my Tsung family." The little genius's expression completely changed. But before he could even finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Someone had grabbed him from behind and lifted him up. "Didn't your family's elders tell you that when you don't have enough strength, you shouldn't shout in front of an expert?" The cold and indifferent man's voice was ice cold. No one saw how he had left the tavern. Everyone only saw a blur in front of them, and the cold and indifferent man was already in front of the little genius. Like a little chicken, he lifted him up. What are you doing? With his life and death in his hands, the little genius was terrified. Even his voice had changed. Do you know what you're doing? Release my family's young master. The one called Uncle Luo crawled up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he shouted at the cold and indifferent man. But his face was filled with shock. Do you think I'll let you go just because you say so? The cold and indifferent man sneered. He tightened his grip once more, and a cracking sound came from the little genius's neck. Don't kill me, don't kill me. He was only 15 years old. He was still a child, and a little genius. When had he ever felt the threat of death? He was so scared that he began to cry. Furthermore, he really did feel the aura of death. That made him even more terrified. When the cold and indifferent man tightened his grip once more, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. A strange smell immediately spread. Heavens, he's actually this scared? Is this still the same little genius from before? Everyone around was dumbfounded. This kid was too easily frightened. He was just squeezing his neck. He hadn't even killed him yet, and he already lost control of his bladder. At this moment, only the little genius could sense the thick aura of death, as well as an indescribable baleful aura. He had the misconception that the person behind him was not a person, but an evil spirit that had walked out from the depths of the earth. It was this aura that made him panic. It made his heart tremble. Stop! Let go of my family's young master! Who are you? How dare you come to Tsangli City and behave so atrociously? The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The experts of the Tsang family soon arrived, and each of them was in the air. Is this all? The cold and indifferent man raised his head and glanced at the group of people in the air. There were only 11 of them, and all of them were in the early stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. Everyone around exclaimed. 11 Imperial Sky Realm experts had actually appeared, which shocked them. And this man only asked this much? Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did he think this was too little? Let go of my family's young master, and we can give you a quick death. The 11 people stepped forward and surrounded the cold and indifferent young man. Their eyes flashed with monstrous killing intent. This kind of uneducated trash, what's the use of having him? Killing him will only dirty my hands. The cold and indifferent man sneered and directly threw the little genius out as if he was a real garbage. The little genius was rescued. He ignored his wet trousers and directly ran hundreds of meters away. His frightened expression instantly turned into resentment. He shouted to the group of Imperial Sky Realm experts. Kill him, then cut his body into 18 pieces and feed them to the wolves. Today, he was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. How embarrassed he was just now was how much hatred he had in his heart. Boom! The battle broke out in an instant. The 11 people plus the one from before, a total of 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts rushed toward the cold and indifferent man. The sky suddenly became violent. Boundless energy appeared, carrying crazy killing intent, and fell down from the sky. The sky was full of colorful attacks. At the same time, the spiritual weapons trembled. The 12 spiritual weapons turned into cold light and rushed toward the cold and indifferent man. The 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts attacked at the same time, shocking everyone. Many people retreated in fear of being affected by the energy. The cold and indifferent man looked up at the sky. A trace of disdain flashed in the corner of his mouth. His feet flashed, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared in front of one of the Imperial Sky Realm experts. As if he teleported, his 2 fingers were like a sword and pointed at the opponent's forehead. Fast. Too fast. The Imperial Sky Realm expert did not even have time to react before his forehead was pierced by the sword chi. His face was frozen with shock, and his body fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, one of the Imperial Sky Realm experts died. Around them, there was a burst of exclamation. 2 years. This area had been quiet for 2 years. During this period, even the true Energy Realm experts did not die, let alone the Imperial Sky Realm experts. They had not seen such a big battle for 2 years. But today, the battle broke out again. They felt the blood in their body boiling. Another shocking battle was about to happen. Pun! A spiritual weapon was shattered by the cold and indifferent man's punch. At the same time, his body flickered and threw out a powerful punch. Dong! The sky trembled, like the sound of a drum. One of the Imperial Sky Realm experts was hit in the head. His vision instantly turned black. The surging energy destroyed the opponent's spiritual sense and destroyed his vitality. This was an extremely shocking scene. The first Imperial Sky Realm expert fell, and in less than 3 breaths, the second one died. The cold and indifferent man's battle strength was shocking. His figure was like a ghost, wandering among the attacks, displaying a supreme footwork. After that, he threw out one attack after another. The Imperial Sky Realm experts were either dead or seriously injured. This was an extremely terrifying scene. One person actually fought against 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts alone. Not only did he not fall behind, but he could also kill them. In the sky, the Imperial Sky Realm experts shouted again and again. They madly threw out battle techniques, but they could not even touch the corner of their opponent's clothes. On the other hand, the Imperial Sky Realm experts were dying one by one. In 2 years, this was the first time such a fierce battle had happened. Naturally, it attracted many cultivators. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that they could see such a fierce battle in Sunli City. Someone actually dared to attack the Tsung family. In the distance, seeing the Imperial Sky Realm experts dying, the little prodigy was extremely anxious and shouted repeatedly. Kill! Use all your strength to kill him! Boom! In the midst of a loud tremor, the 4th Imperial Sky Realm expert was beheaded. Blood splattered, and the headless body fell to the ground. This was simply a massacre. While everyone was shocked by this battle, in the tavern below, a young man was sitting by the window, looking out at the outside world in a daze. Even the death of the Imperial Sky Realm experts did not seem to attract his attention. Chapter 405. Blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by pieces of flesh. One of the zephyrs was blown up. Everyone was dumbstruck. Such a battle prowess was simply too ferocious. In the distance, the spectators felt their blood boiling. They couldn't help but shout out loud. After 2 years of silence, a great battle finally broke out. It was so fierce that one of the zephyrs was blown up. What a familiar scene! Yeah, blowing up a zephyrs. Isn't this the same as Zichen? In the midst of excitement, everyone thought of an old friend. An old friend who once made the zephyrs of the major forces tremble. Yes, Zichen blew up a zephyr with one punch. I didn't expect to meet such a strong person 2 years later. Is this a cultivator comparable to Zichen? Could it be that he's also a Tian-level cultivator? In the midst of shock, everyone was incomparably excited. However, the zephyrs who participated in the battle felt a chill in their hearts. This person was too strong. The Tsung family, which had been silent for 2 years, wanted to show their strength, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. As for the young prodigy, his face was pale. A zephyr was blown up, completely frightening him. He hid far away, his eyes were full of horror. He didn't dare to continue to clamor, but he sent out a signal again. You dare to behave atrociously in the Tsungli city? Do you think there is no one in the Tsungli city? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The sound of breaking air rang in the sky. Many zephyrs had arrived. Figures flashed. Everyone could see clearly that there were more than 10 zephyrs. Since the incident with Zichen, the number of zephyrs in the major forces had shrunk. Although 2 years had passed, it was impossible for the Tsung family to have more than 20 zephyrs. These people were obviously not from the Tsung family, but from the Li family. The Tsung family and the Li family were allies. When the Tsung family was in trouble, the Li family naturally came to help. The two families together had close to 20 zephyrs surrounding the indifferent young man. This made the zephyrs of the Tsung family, who wanted to escape, regain their confidence. Then, they launched a destructive attack. Boom! The sky trembled and the space distorted. The void seemed to be about to explode. The destructive attack was aimed at the indifferent young man. This time, there were even more attacks in the sky, and they were even more ferocious. Just the spirit weapons alone numbered over 20. Although the cold-faced man displayed extreme speed, he was not as relaxed as before. Occasionally, he would be swept by one of the attacks. Pooh! However, when he attacked, he was still as swift and fierce as before, displaying his iron-blooded side. He hacked down one of the zephyrs with a single sword strike, filling the sky with a rain of blood. However, at the same time, even more attacks landed on the cold-faced man's body, causing him to retreat rapidly. Many wounds appeared on his body. Is he finally defeated? The suppression of numbers caused the cold-faced man to retreat. Everyone was worried. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Kill him, then cut him into 18 pieces. A crazy evil laughter rang out. The little genius crawled out from a corner, his face full of resentment. His body was emitting a strange smell, and no one was willing to go near him. When they saw him appear, everyone subconsciously covered their noses and retreated. Chop him into pieces and turn him into a wolf. The voice of the little genius turned even colder. Boom! In the sky, the cold-faced man suddenly went berserk. His body emitted a bright golden light, like a golden sun. The dazzling light made everyone subconsciously close their eyes. The dazzling golden light carried a terrifying energy aura. Then, he turned into a golden light and rushed towards the zephyrs. He took the initiative to attack. You're courting death, the zephyrs shouted. Although the cold-faced man was berserk and slightly stronger, it was not enough to make them afraid. The attacks that filled the sky appeared again. They were gorgeous and dazzling, sharp and terrifying. The spirit weapons were like streaks of lightning, carrying endless power. They interweaved into a huge net that covered the sky and pressed down on the cold-faced man. Boom! The entire area went berserk. The surging energy swept up, and many buildings were on the verge of collapse. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were continuous explosions of energy, and on the ground, buildings exploded one after another. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Everyone retreated in shock again. Pooh! In the sky, there was a rain of blood. It was all the fresh blood of the zephyrs. It was bright red and dazzling. The cold-faced man who had completely gone berserk showed a powerful scene to the world. Bang! He punched out. The dazzling golden light of the fist carried an extremely domineering aura. With a boom, it exploded a zephyr. For the first time, a seal appeared in his hand. Then, a dazzling golden light appeared. It was like a sharp blade, sweeping across. Pooh! Another zephyr was cut down. His body was split into two and fell from the sky. The cold-faced man seemed to have transformed into a demon. His methods were sharp and decisive. This was simply a massacre. He who had gone berserk could no longer be suppressed by numbers. His speed became even faster. Like a golden light, he avoided the fatal attacks and slashed at another zephyr. Blood rained down. It was bright red and dazzling. Another person had fallen. All around, the spectators went crazy. They could not help but shout. Watching the cold-faced man kill his enemies, their blood was boiling. Who is he? He actually has such similar combat power. Could it really be a coincidence? There were also some people who, in addition to being excited, had a little doubt in their hearts. This was because this man who was emitting golden light and his combat style were too similar to a person. They were both so fierce, violent, and full of artistic feeling. Pen. Another loud sound rang out, causing the skies to tremble. Another individual flew into the air, beaten until not even his bones remained. As for the young prodigy who was clamoring before, no one knew where he hid. He did not dare to show up again. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground. The spectators were shocked. These were all Zephyrs, but they died just like that. They were strong, but today, they were the targets of a massacre. As for the middle-aged Zephyr who followed the young prodigy before, his body was blown up with a single blow. Run, run! This is a demon. Call the family's powerhouses. The group of Zephyrs was finally scared. At this moment, they were terrified and chose to run away. The crowd was in an uproar. More than 20 Zephyrs joined forces to kill one person, but they chose to run away. In the midst of running away, those who were in the early stage of the Zephyr died faster. Those who were caught could be killed with a single blow. In the end, the cold-faced man simply stopped chasing. He stood in the air and formed a seal with his hand. Then, a dazzling golden light was shot out. Like a sharp sword, wherever the golden light passed, the sky was filled with a rain of blood. One by one, the Zephyrs fell from the sky. Stop! After a burst of shouting from the sky, the massacre came to an end. Pen. A golden light that could kill those in the early stage of the Zephyr was completely shattered by a blast of energy from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. A strong aura surged, far beyond the early stage of the Zephyr. A man came in the air. Middle stage of the Zephyr! Someone exclaimed. This was a mid-stage Zephyr. His combat power was much stronger than those in the early stage. As soon as he appeared, he glanced at the cold-faced young man. But it was not over yet. Another terrifying aura appeared in the sky, and another figure appeared. Still in the mid-stage of the Zephyr, standing in the air. At the same time, two figures appeared in the other two directions. They stepped on the void and came step by step. You dare to behave atrociously in Sunny City. No matter what your identity is, you will die today. 4 mid-stage Zephyrs surrounded one early-stage Zephyr. Each of them seemed to be extremely confident. Swoosh! The cold-faced young man did not say much and directly launched an attack. Like a golden light, he rushed toward one person. Boom! At the same time, the 4 mid-stage Zephyr also made their move. The void trembled, and suddenly there was a surge of energy. Then, 4 sky-covering palm prints pressed toward the cold-faced young man. Pen! One of the palm prints exploded. The cold-faced young man rushed up and killed one of them. He ignored the other 3 attacks. Get lost! The mid-stage Zephyr powerhouse coldly shouted. The next moment, his body burned with a blazing flame. He clenched his fist and punched. The next moment, a burning fist light appeared, with a blazing heat and a terrifying aura, rushed toward the cold-faced young man. At the same time, the cold-faced young man also threw out an overbearing punch. The dazzling golden light suppressed all colors. Boom! In the midst of a loud tremor, boundless golden light rippled. The two people retreated together, and there was no clear winner. A mere early-stage Zephyr can actually block my attack. You can be considered a genius, but today you will die. The retreating Zephyr sneered, his heart was calm. After that, the other 3 people's attacks came. This was an extremely shocking battle. The cold-faced young man turned into a golden light, wandering in front of the 4 mid-stage Zephyr powerhouses, and launched a powerful battle skill. 1 against 4, in a short time, he did not show any signs of defeat. Pen. It seemed that the consumption was too great. Under the siege of the 4 mid-stage Zephyr powerhouses, the cold-faced young man finally lost and began to retreat. Kill him, chop him into 18 pieces and feed him to the wolves. Seeing the cold-faced young man retreating again and again, the smelly young genius drilled out from a corner, ignoring the disgusted expression of the crowd, and clamored again. In the pub, the young man who was looking out of the window in a daze frowned when he heard the words again. A mere early-stage Zephyr powerhouse dares to behave atrociously in Sunny City. Today, I will kill you here. The 4 mid-stage Zephyr powerhouses fought more and more smoothly. The cold-faced young man flew back again and again, and the golden light around his body was getting dimmer and dimmer. Is he going to lose? Around, many people showed a disappointed expression. They thought that this was an extremely powerful powerhouse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zichen, but they did not expect that he would be suppressed by the 4 mid-stage Zephyr powerhouses. However, everyone also admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Only the previous true essence cultivator kept frowning. He could not understand why Zichen did not help his friend when he was in trouble. Haha, I will send you on your way. Victory was in hand. The mid-stage Zephyr powerhouse laughed, seeming more confident. But the next moment, the cold-faced young man smiled ferociously, and before their attacks fell, his figure turned into nothingness in the air and disappeared. What is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand what had happened. Why would a perfectly fine person suddenly vanish into thin air? Before he was injured, he did not bleed, but now he disappeared into thin air. Is he not a human at all? Chapter 406. How could a person disappear into thin air? Moreover, he turned into smoke without leaving any trace behind. Thinking back, although the other party was injured, there was not a trace of blood on his body, which made everyone's hair stand on end. All of them felt a chill down their spines, as they felt that the one who fought just now was not a human. How could he disappear? Did he run away? Find him and chop him into 18 pieces to feed the wolves. The little genius's voice sounded again as he ran out from an unknown corner. The 4 mid-stage Zephyr realm cultivators frowned, as they did not understand what was going on. He turned into smoke and disappeared into thin air. Could it be an energy clone? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. It was an old man. Although he was not strong, he was very knowledgeable, and had heard some strange stories. Old man, what is an energy clone? Someone asked humbly. The old man shook his head and said, This old man does not know the details. I only heard that some powerful cultivators have some magical powers that can condense an energy clone, but its combat power is generally not as strong as the real body. The old man's words caused an uproar. Such a powerful cold-faced youth was actually just an energy clone, and its combat power was not as strong as the real body. In other words, the real body of the cold-faced youth was even stronger. It should be a clone. The 4 mid-stage Zephyr realm cultivators looked at each other, and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. In their families, there were some records about energy clones. This energy clone knows all kinds of battle skills. It should be a special kind of clone, and its combat power is not much different from the real body. I think the real body is not that strong, one of the mid-stage Zephyr realm cultivators said. However, the spectators did not think so. They all thought that the cold-faced youth's real body was stronger, and at this moment, they were all waiting for the real body to appear. Humph, I don't care if you are the real body or a clone. Come out if you have the ability. The little genius ran in front of the 4 mid-stage Zephyr realm cultivators and said coldly. He had received a message from the mid-stage Zephyr realm cultivators to lure out the real body of the cold-faced youth. The surroundings were silent, and no one spoke. However, many people looked at the little genius with a strange gaze. He did not have the slightest bit of strength, and yet he dared to be so arrogant. Fortunately, the other party was from a major force. If he was a rogue cultivator, he would have died hundreds of times. What? You don't have the guts? Did you take advantage of the chaos and run away? The little genius sneered. You're just a coward. I can kill 10 people like you by myself. Many people were enraged. The little prodigy's words had clearly crossed the line. It was just a doppelganger, yet it was able to kill more than 20 of them. What's more, you're just an innate rancor. Just a sneeze from him is enough to kill you. Is Lord Zichen still drinking? Why hasn't he attacked yet? The true essence cultivator was a bit anxious. As he heard the discussions around him, he had already guessed what was going on. That indifferent youth was Zichen's clone. As for Zichen's combat prowess, when he was still in the true energy realm, he was already able to defeat an early-stage Zephyr. Now, It was obvious that he had broken through to the Zephyr level, instigating a young prodigy to clamor with just 4 mid-stage Zephyr realm experts was simply courting death. Haha, as expected of a cowardly rat. Seeing that you're already so old, how about this? I'll give you a handicap and then fight you. The little genius laughed loudly. Everyone was shocked and angry. This little prodigy was too good at mocking people. Seeing that you're so young, I didn't want to kill a prodigy. But looking at your nature, you're already rotten to the core. When you grow up, you'll definitely be a domineering person. Then I'll fulfill your wish today. An indifferent voice came from the tavern. Previously, many buildings had been destroyed, and only this tavern remained. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the young prodigy's real body would be in the tavern. After drinking the last cup of wine, Zichen got up and walked out of the tavern. Under everyone's gaze, Zichen walked out of the tavern. He didn't deliberately change his appearance after his breakthrough. As a result, the moment he appeared, he caused a wave of exclamations and even more commotion. After that, the cultivators looked at the black-clothed youth excitedly. Who is he? Why are you all so excited? Why? Do you all know him? Is he very famous? Someone didn't know what was going on and asked. But soon, someone cursed angrily. Mother Cur, are you blind? You don't even know him? He's Zichen, the one who beat up all the geniuses from the major powers like dogs. He's the one who beat them until they trembled in fear. What? He's Zichen? How is that possible? Didn't he die? Many people were stunned, and then they were shocked. Bullshit, how can Zichen be dead? I know he's not dead. But you just said that he's dead inside. That's enough. If you bullshit again, I'll beat you until you sigh. Zichen walked out of the tavern, causing a sensation. Everyone went crazy, and screams resounded through the sky. Zichen, Zichen. Zichen, Zichen. This was a scene that made people boil. The heavenly martial artist of the past had reappeared in the world. Was he going to create another glory? Was another miracle about to happen? I knew it, it must be him. Every time he appears, it causes a huge commotion. Haha, Zichen is not dead. He's really not dead. How could a sky warrior with unparalleled battle prowess fall so easily? Everyone was incomparably excited. Their shouts were like stormy waves spreading throughout the tavern. Seeing Zichen was like seeing a hero return. Their excitement was indescribable. At this moment, they could only shout and shout to vent their excitement. Compared to the crazy crowd, the 4 Yukong's faces were much uglier. Moreover, they looked like they had seen a ghost. The little genius was even more terrified. His legs were trembling, and he almost lost control of his bladder again. This was Zichen, the person who had beaten those geniuses like dogs. Moreover, he had killed those geniuses like chickens. You're not dead. Yukong's voice was trembling. You're all not dead. How could I die first? Zichen's voice was indifferent. He glanced at them coldly. Hearing Zichen's affirmation, the surrounding people's cries once again became louder. Previously, many people had been worried that this was a person who looked like Zichen. But now, they didn't need to worry. It was Zichen himself. Do you know where this is? How dare you behave so atrociously here? The 4 Midjukongs were so scared that they didn't dare say anything. Zichen was too strong. Back then, when he was at the 9th heavenly layer of true essence, he could kill Midjukongs. Now, he was even stronger. He was like a fish that had transformed into a dragon. However, the little genius still mustered his courage and spoke. After all, he had never seen Zichen in action. Everything was just a rumor. Moreover, he was spoiled by his family. Therefore, he was not afraid of anything. He thought that his family could handle everything. Zichen's gaze fell on the little genius. He said indifferently, "You're young and talented. Unfortunately, you're an arrogant and despotic person. You'll definitely be a troublemaker in the future. Today I, Zichen, will do something to erase your talent. How dare you! This is the Tsung family!" The little genius shouted. Boom! Zichen made his move. He even dared to kill geniuses, let alone a mere genius. The void trembled. A golden finger appeared in the sky. It carried a terrifying aura and pointed at the little genius. In an instant, the might of lightning surged. A boundless killing intent locked onto the little genius. At this moment, he felt that he was tightly bound. He couldn't even move, let alone escape. How dare you! The 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators shouted. This was the future genius of their family. He had a lot of room for growth. Naturally, they couldn't let Zichen kill him like this. Although they were afraid of Zichen, they still rushed forward. The spirit weapons trembled and launched sharp attacks at the golden finger. At the same time, the 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators also launched their strongest attacks. The surging energy went against the sky, causing the void to constantly distort as if it was about to explode. Boom! The golden finger fell, destroying everything in its path. A spirit weapon was instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Boom! 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 Then, the other 3 spirit weapons were also destroyed after coming into contact with the finger. In the sky, the golden light was dazzling. The golden finger fell again. This is the divine skill, Thunderbolt Finger! The crowd exclaimed. Apparently, someone recognized this divine skill. In the Saint Burial Ground, this finger had cut down many Zephyr Realm cultivators. Puff! The golden finger was unstoppable. A mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. He couldn't block this attack at all. At the same time, the attacks of the other 3 were also destroyed by the finger. The surging energy wreaked havoc, and the 3 were sent flying. The crowd was in an uproar. The 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators couldn't block a single attack from Zichen. Boom! In the end, the finger fell and pointed at the young prodigy's forehead. The dazzling golden light reflected the young prodigy's extremely frightened expression. No! The young prodigy exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. His body exploded in an instant, turning into countless pieces. A prodigy was blown up by Zichen. Let's go! The other 4 saw that the situation wasn't good and turned to leave. Although it was regretful that a prodigy died, there were still more in the family. They could definitely train another one. If they died, they would really die. You want to leave now? It's too late. Zichen's cold voice sounded in everyone's ears, making the Zephyr Realm cultivators tremble in fear. Bang! Then Zichen attacked, displaying his unparalleled strength. A mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was blown up with one punch very easily. Then, a dazzling golden light appeared, carrying a destructive aura. It flew toward another Zephyr Realm cultivator, and as the golden light passed, a head flew high. As expected, the battle prowess of Zichen's true body was much stronger than that of his clone. Of the 4 Zephyrs, 2 died in the blink of an eye. Then, Zichen killed another one, and the 3rd died. The 4th Zephyr Realm cultivator had already flown to the horizon. There was a hint of ecstasy in his eyes, thinking that he could escape. But the little fellow that ran out of Zichen's arms waved its little paw at him. In the next moment, black light swirled around the opponent's body, and he flew back, killed by Zichen. Chapter 407. In the blink of an eye, 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators were killed. Exclamations were heard all around like a stormy sea. Everyone's blood was boiling. Today's battle had stirred their hearts. After 2 years of silence, they finally saw a fierce battle. Although it was a one-sided massacre by Zichen, it still made them excited. From Zichen's appearance to the destruction of the enemy, the speed was too fast. When the terrifying aura appeared in the sky, the battle was already over. The 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators, along with the young prodigy, were all dead. As for the mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators, they were nowhere to be seen. The surging aura filled the world as a crazy killing intent appeared in the sky. Then, a figure came at an extreme speed. Who dares to behave atrociously in Sunli City? A loud shout was heard. The late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator of the Tsung family had finally arrived. But what he saw were corpses scattered everywhere with blood gushing out. There were more than a dozen dead Zephyr Realm cultivators, and 4 mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators were dead. Who did this? The late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator roared. The aura around him made people tremble as his cold eyes swept around. Zichun, it's you. You're not dead. The late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator saw Zichun. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely shocked. That day, in the same burial ground, he saw Zichun being blasted into nothingness by a pill weapon. You're not dead. How can I die? Zichun's voice was cold as if it rang in the underworld. Good, good, good. The late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator's eyes flashed coldly. You're lucky that I didn't kill you that day. But today you've come to me. You're walking into a trap. You're dead for sure. Is that so? Then let's see who's going to die. Zichun sneered and turned into a golden light. Boom! The energy was violent, and the fierce battle broke out in an instant. Zephyr Realm Cultivator was already a formidable enemy. At this moment, there was no need to be polite. Above the sky, a golden light flashed. Zichun was like a golden-armored god of war. His eyes were cold as he punched out an overbearing fist. At this moment, it was as if the sky was only left with this of a dazzling fist. The late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator was not to be outdone. Bang! Muffled sounds exploded like thunder as terrifying energy ripples spread out. The two of them continued to fight fiercely like two streaks of lightning. Every strike was filled with his full strength, and every move was a killing move. The two of them were simply too fast. They were like two beams of light. Very few people could see them clearly. They could only hear the sounds of explosions in the air. Too terrifying. Is this the battle prowess of Wushuang? Zichun, who is only in the early stage of the flight, is actually able to fight against a master in the late stage of the flight. Looking at the fierce battle in the sky, everyone was shocked. They were all amazed by Zichun's powerful battle strength. Pun. 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 The battle between the two of them was really too intense. They fought until the sky trembled and the ground shook. Surging energy continued to wreak havoc. The buildings that had not been destroyed earlier also shattered at this moment, causing dust to rise in all directions. The tavern, which was already on the verge of collapse, was completely submerged by the numerous energies. Fortunately, there was no one in the tavern. The terrifying energy engulfed everything. All the spectators retreated once again, fearing that they would be affected by the energy waves. Thunderbolt finger! With a loud shout, above the sky, a bright golden light flashed. A fingerprint fell from the sky, flowing with a terrifying aura. It touched the body of the flight and exploded instantly. The two of them fought. Explosions sounded again and again. Terrifying energy continued to surge. This was an extremely fierce battle. Boom! After dozens of hundreds of moves, a shocking explosion sounded out. A figure was seen flying from the sky and falling to the ground. The winner has been decided! Everyone exclaimed, looking at the figure. Pun! The figure fell, smashing a building. Smoke and dust were everywhere. When the real body was revealed, everyone was shocked. It was actually the late-stage flight of the Tsung family. He was 2 levels higher than Zichun, but he could not suppress the opponent. Instead, he was suppressed. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. He looked very embarrassed. Looking at Zichun again, his whole body was shining with golden light, like a god of war. His eyes were cold, looking down at the opponent. He was not hurt at all. Weren't you very strong that day? Where's your alchemy weapon? Zichun's voice was cold. His eyes were full of killing intent. He attacked flight. That day, the opponent had chased after Zichun for a long time with his alchemy weapon. Humph, I can kill you today even without my alchemy weapon. The late-stage flight snorted. He was not to be outdone. he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flew up. The two of them fought again. His tone was tough, but his strength was indeed not good. This time, he could not even block 100 moves and was sent flying by Zichen again. He coughed up blood and fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned. Zichen was too strong. With the early stage flight strength, he could actually suppress the late stage flight. Moreover, the outcome was decided within 100 moves. The two of them fought so hard that the sky trembled. The late stage flight was coughing up blood again and again. His face was pale, and his spirit became weak. Looking at the situation, it would not be long before he was killed by Zichen. Is Zichen going to kill a late stage flight with his own strength today? Everyone became excited. They looked at the sky eagerly, waiting for Zichen to create another glory. Although Zichen had killed late stage flight before, it was with his trump card, not his own strength. Crack! As the golden fist fell, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The late stage flight was sent flying again. One of his arms was pulled down. The bones were broken. His face was twisted, and he was in extreme pain. Bang! Zichen's eyes were full of killing intent. He threw out one terrifying battle skill after another, and the frequency of his attacks was getting faster and faster. The late stage flight was almost beaten to the point where he could not fight back. Everyone was excited. Zichen was really going to kill a late stage flight with his own strength. His unparalleled strength allowed him to kill enemies 2 levels higher. Boom! Seeing that the late stage flight was about to die here, at this moment, a powerful aura surged in the sky again. This time, several late stage flight cultivators appeared. How dare you! Stop! A burst of shouting was heard. The late stage flight cultivators arrived. They came in time. Otherwise, the man in front of them would have been killed by Zichen. Several late stage flight cultivators threw out one attack after another to stop Zichen from killing the enemy. Under Zichen's feet, light flashed, and he retreated backward. He stood in the air and swept forward. This time, 4 more flight cultivators came. All of them were late stage flight. One of them was about to reach the peak of flight. This was a powerful force. Zichen frowned slightly. Even if he was a sky martial artist, it was impossible to fight so many people at the same time. Third brother, are you okay? The strongest of the 4 asked. This was a middle-aged man in green. His eyes were not big, and his expression was very cold. I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. The one who was called third brother was the one who fought with Zichen before. At this moment, as soon as he spoke, he coughed up blood again. His injury was obviously very serious. This made the killing intent in the eyes of the others even stronger. Zichen, how dare you! We didn't kill you last time, but you didn't hide with your tail between your legs. How dare you come to our Sunli city? Today, you won't be able to return. Next to him, a late stage flight cultivator burst out, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Today, we must kill him. We can't let him escape again. The heavily injured flight cultivator clutched his chest and looked at Zichen with resentment. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who lives and who dies. Zichen's voice was still cold, but his expression was much more dignified. Kill! 5 late-stage flight cultivators burst out at the same time and attacked Zichen. Under Zichen's feet, a golden light flashed, and he displayed the world's fastest speed. He moved between the attacks and fought with the 5 flight cultivators. Fighting 1 against 5, even with his unparalleled strength, Zichen seemed to be having a hard time. At this moment, he could only rely on his extreme speed to dodge and attack from time to time. However, every attack he made was a fatal attack, so no one dared to be careless. Swish! 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 Between the flashes of light, Zichen dodged 3 attacks, shattering one with a punch. At the same time, he flashed in front of a late-stage flight cultivator and punched with a tyrannical fist. Boom! Tyrannical Beauty's fist appeared again, causing the world to tremble. The void was constantly distorted, as if it was about to shatter. The dazzling fist light made people unable to open their eyes. Pfft. The late-stage flight cultivator tried his best to resist, but he was still hit until he vomited blood and was sent flying. However, it wasn't a fatal injury. After the opponent flew back a few hundred meters, he flew back and joined the battle again. Boom! Explosions sounded continuously. At this moment, Zichen's world's fastest speed showed endless sharpness, and he narrowly dodged one attack after another. Pun! He punched out, and cracks appeared on a spirit weapon like a spider web. The light around it dimmed instantly. As expected of a spirit weapon used by late-stage flight cultivators, its quality was extraordinary. Zichen's punch that could destroy a mid-stage flight cultivator didn't break it. With every attack, Zichen's figure would pause for a moment. Following that, several attacks would land on him. The cooperation of several late-stage martial artists in the air increased the pressure on Zichen. At this moment, it was clearly unrealistic for him to chase after one of them and kill them. Moreover, this battle had been fierce for a long time, and it must have alarmed some old monsters at the master level. Zichen had already decided to retreat. However, before that, he had to kill a late-stage flight cultivator to establish his dominance. Swish! Under Zichen's feet, the golden light flashed again, and he instantly dodged several attacks. At the same time, he chased after the heavily injured late-stage flight cultivator. The other party was already prepared. His body flashed and dodged to the side, not confronting Zichen head-on at all. However, in the next moment, his body was suddenly surrounded by black light. His fleeing figure suddenly slowed down, as if he had suddenly fallen into a quagmire, and his movements became sluggish. No! The sudden change made him cry out in alarm, and his eyes were full of fear. The black light that surrounded him was instantly broken free. However, at this moment, Zichen arrived and punched out with a domineering punch. Pun! Such a punch made the world tremble. The late-stage flight cultivator was once again sent flying, but then Zichen pointed at the other party again. The golden finger fell and pointed at the other party's forehead. The lightning energy instantly exploded. The late-stage flight cultivator was already heavily injured, and now he couldn't resist at all. His entire head exploded with the lightning energy. A late-stage flight cultivator was killed just like that. Poof! 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 Chapter 408. In the sky, the late-stage Imperial Sky Cultivator was killed by Zichen with a single finger. His head exploded and splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked. Zichen really killed a late-stage Imperial Sky Cultivator. But immediately after, 3 bloody holes appeared on Zichen's body. His perfect body was pierced through. He retreated in the air, blood gushing out of his body. However, he thought to himself that it was a close call. At the critical moment, he dodged the strongest Imperial Sky Cultivator's fatal attack. As for the 3 bloody holes on his body, they weren't the most fatal. Third brother. Third brother. The headless corpse fell from the sky with a bang and smashed onto the ground. The 4 Imperial Sky Cultivators cried out in grief. Then, an even crazier killing intent appeared. The eyes of the 4 turned red, and their expressions became extremely ferocious. They charged towards Zichen. This time, the 4 of them were completely like mad dogs. They didn't have any defense, and launched a series of sure-kill attacks. They had killed enough enemies this time, and this was the Tsung family's territory. Naturally, they couldn't stay for long. If they woke up some old monsters who were in seclusion, it would be over. Zichen didn't want to continue fighting. He turned around and left, turning into a golden light. Where do you think you're going? Zichen, stop if you can! The 4 of them shouted loudly. Their voices shook the sky, and a crazy killing intent surged. They originally wanted to establish their power and kill some rogue cultivators who kept mentioning Zichen. They wanted to tell the world that the major forces weren't to be trampled on or talked about. However, they didn't expect to meet Zichen. A battle to establish their power had led to another glorious battle for Zichen. "Don't think of leaving!" the four of them shouted. Their eyes flashed red, and their expressions looked like they wanted to eat someone. However, if Zichen wanted to leave, who could stop him? 2 years ago, no one could stop him, and 2 years later, no one could stop him. "Elder, please take action." The four of them had no choice but to shout. Everyone was in an uproar. Could it be that a Grand Master was going to take action? Boom! The sky instantly exploded, and a palm print appeared. It emitted a terrifying aura and pressed down on Zichen. This was a powerful blow from a sect leader, and it was obvious that they couldn't hold back. The palm print was several thousand meters long, and could be said to cover the sky with unimaginable power. Zichen felt that his movements were hindered as he was locked down by the boundless aura. "Open up!" His expression didn't change as he roared. Between his eyebrows, silver light flashed. A thunder dragon flew out, twisting and twisting as it rose into the air. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, space would shatter. This was Zichen's trump card. He hadn't used it yet because he wanted to guard against the opponent's grandmasters. Boom! With a loud explosion, the void began to shatter like a mirror. Numerous black holes appeared and extended into the distance, devouring everything. Zichen transformed into a streak of golden light and flew into the distance to avoid being swallowed by the black hole. Boom! Just as he dodged a palm imprint, the heavens trembled again as another terrifying attack appeared. Another sect leader had made his move. Buzz! Between Zichen's eyebrows, the purple golden gourd trembled and opened its lid. Another bolt of lightning flew out, and transformed into a lightning dragon that flew up into the sky. The vault of heaven exploded once again, and Zichen's trump card blocked another attack. Zichen knew that things were not good. He sped up, fearing that he would wake up those old monsters in seclusion if he made too much noise. At this point in the fierce battle, they had all used their trump cards. The entire Tsungli city was trembling, so Zichen could only escape as soon as possible. "Stop him! The defender array will be activated soon!" An old voice sounded from where the Tsung family was. Everyone was in an uproar, revealing a shocked expression. It was simply inconceivable that a great power would need to use the Great City Barrier Array to kill Zichen. One had to know that for so many years, the Defender Array had only been activated once, and that was when Su Long killed a sect leader. At that time, the Defender Array was activated, and the Tsang and Li families' trump cards were revealed. Are they going to use their trump cards? Everyone was shocked. It was just to kill Zichen, who was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Zichen jumped in fright when he heard the old voice. If he really used his trump card, he would undoubtedly be blasted into smithereens. "Zichen, stay here. You can't escape today." Another cold voice sounded, and a peak Zephyr realm cultivator appeared. He stood in front of Zichen, holding a pill weapon in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. "Get lost!" Zichen shouted with a cold expression. At this moment of life and death, he couldn't care about anything else. The silver light between his eyebrows flashed again, and he used his trump card again. If his trump card was gone, he could collect it again. But if he lost his life, he would have nothing left. At this moment, the entire Tsungli city went berserk. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Rays of silver light appeared from the heavens and flew in all directions, opening a path for Zichen. One by one, the experts were repelled by Zichen. At this moment, Zichen had used all his trump cards. Except for experts with pill weapons or sect leaders, no one dared to approach him. Even if many years had passed, no one would forget what they had seen today. Zichen's body glowed as he used his trump cards. Wherever he went, the sky would explode. During this period, those at the peak Zephyr realm who tried to stop him would be blown to pieces in an instant. Only pill weapons could resist. On this day, Zichen caused a great uproar, shaking the area that had been silent for 2 years. Buzz! The major forces were already prepared. Zichen's appearance made the Tsungli family, and Sunli family form an alliance and jointly activate the city defense array. The next moment, a bright light appeared from the heavens and spread across the entire Sunli city. This was a sign that the city defense array was about to be activated. Once the array was activated, it would be difficult to break it even if they used their trump cards. At that time, Zichen would be trapped in the city. It would be a dead end. Open! Streaks of silver light soared into the sky, shattering the void. The palm imprints were beaten back. However, it was still too late. When Zichen was about to rush out of Sunli city, the light shield fell from the sky and trapped him. It's over. The city defense array is activated. Is Zichen going to be trapped in the city? Looking at Zichen, who was trapped in the light shield, everyone exclaimed. Open! Zichen shouted again and used all of his trump cards. This time, 5 lightning dragons appeared and intertwined with each other, attacking the light barrier in front of them. Zichen, it's useless. This is the city defense array. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. Haha, Zichen, I said that today is the day you die. You didn't take the road to heaven, but you broke into hell. Figure after figure chased closely behind Zichen. When they saw the formation of the great city barrier array, they all laughed sinisterly. Today is the day you die. But don't worry, we won't let you die so easily. That would be too easy for you. We will torture you slowly. We will make you regret being born in this world. We will make you regret being our enemy. Sinister laughter rang out one after another. It was not difficult to hear the thick resentment in those voices. The name Zichen had become a nightmare in their hearts, making them unable to raise their heads. Now, everything was fine. The city defense array was activated. No one could break through. Not to mention a little early-stage Zephyr Realm expert, even a master with an elixir weapon couldn't break it. Zichen didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on the 5 thunder dragons. Although he knew that it was most likely useless, he still hoped that they could create a miracle. Figures appeared one after another. Some were in the Zephyr Realm, while some were in the Zephyr Realm. They looked at Zichen mockingly. No one stopped him. They knew the defensive power of the city defense array very well, so they let Zichen attack. Rumble! The 5 bolts of lightning turned into lightning dragons and slammed into the light barrier, causing heaven-shaking explosions. An unimaginably terrifying energy wreaked havoc on everything. However, ripples began to appear around the light barrier, and it began to dissolve these energies. It's useless. It's just a futile effort. Wait for your death. Everyone laughed mockingly. In the crowd below, everyone cried out. Zichen was trapped just like that. There was no way he could survive. What an interesting guy. Well, it's fate that we met. I'll help you. Among the crowd, an old man had a smile in his eyes. Then, he pointed at the place where the lightning dragon was attacking the light shield. Crack! Just as the thunder dragon's energy was about to dissipate, and Zichen was in despair, he heard an unbelievable sound. Crack! Then, the sound was heard again. Right in front of him, cracks appeared on the light shield. It's not an illusion! Zichen's eyes lit up. He stared at the light shield in front of him. There was a web-like crack on the light shield that kept spreading. It's broken! Zichen's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. Then, he rushed forward. At the same time, he threw his strongest punch at the center of the spider web. Boom! With a loud explosion, the spider web continued to spread until it was a few meters wide. Then, it exploded, revealing a huge hole. After that, Zichen flashed and ran towards the outside world. How is this possible? How could the light shield be broken? The city protecting Grand Formation has been breached. Those who were laughing were all dumbfounded. Their eyes almost popped out. They looked at the scene in disbelief. The city defense array, which was said to be unbreakable, was actually broken by 5 lightning bolts. This was too unbelievable. All the spectators were also dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that even ancestor-level experts with pill weapons couldn't break it? How had Zichen broken it? However, they didn't think too much about it. They were all very happy that Zichen was able to escape. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase!" A shout rang out in the sky. Only then did everyone come to their senses. They chased after him through the hole, but they had already lost sight of Zichen. Ah! On this day, the Tsang and Li families let out angry roars. They had missed their only chance to kill Zichen. Zichen quickly fled south to the lightning field. This was his home ground. As long as he had the lightning field, no one could do anything to him. Zichen had also suffered some injuries in this battle. He used 2 days to heal. Then he collected some lightning as a trump card. 3 days later, Zichen left this area and flew in the direction of the floating mist sect. Chapter 409. In less than a day, news of Zichen's deeds had spread throughout Sungli City. Obviously, this had caused another huge uproar and caused an uproar. Zichen, who should have died 2 years ago, miraculously survived and became a Zephyr Realm expert. His strength became stronger, and he killed many Zephyr Realm experts of the Tsang and Li families with his own strength. Among them, a late Zephyr Realm expert was killed by Zichen himself, and several more died when they used all their trump cards. The losses were extremely heavy. This made the 2 families, who had not recovered their strength, even worse. They failed to establish their prestige and became a laughingstock again. However, while the crowd was amazed, there were also many people who were curiously guessing that Zichen hadn't died in the past because he had obtained a saint's inheritance. Now, he was able to fight opponents 2 levels higher than him, and he even had the ability to kill them. Zichen's powerful battle prowess was terrifying. The Spirit Origin Realm had 4 levels: early, middle, late, and peak, which were equivalent to the True Energy Realm's 9 levels. Each level represented 3 levels, and the peak of the Spirit Origin Realm was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level. Zichen could kill a late Zephyr Realm expert with his early Zephyr Realm strength, which was equivalent to a True Energy Realm expert killing a True Energy Realm expert of the 9th level. His strength was shocking. Moreover, the difference between each level of the Zephyr Realm was huge. Zichen could fight people above his level, which inevitably made people wonder if he had obtained the saint's inheritance. The Tsang and Li families suffered heavy losses and were very unwilling to accept it, so they formed the Zhangchun alliance again and invited other forces to join, threatening to kill Zichen and obtain the saint's inheritance. However, when the news came out, there was no response. All the forces chose to remain silent, including the martial ancestor, the Chu family, the Gung family, and the Zhu family. Back then, all of Zichen's great enemies had chosen to remain silent. Now Zichen had grown to the point where he could kill a late Zephyr Realm expert at will. In the outside world, who could suppress him? Naturally, masters could, and late Zephyr Realm experts with elixir weapons could. However, how many sovereigns could there be in a force? As for alchemy soldiers, there was no need to even think about it. In this region where resources were scarce, the number of alchemy soldiers was even less than that of sovereigns. Thinking back to the time when Su Long killed the martial ancestor, who had been a martial ancestor for many years, he didn't even have a suitable pill weapon. Therefore, the 2 families were bound to be shut out. Several years had passed, and Zichen was no longer the same as before. Now, he had grown into a true powerhouse in this area. Unless someone barged into their territory again, no one could kill him in the outside world. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. None of the major forces wanted to stir up trouble, and they couldn't afford to provoke Zichen either. The matter had come to an end. The Tsang and Li families had suffered heavy losses, but they had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. As long as the other forces didn't make a move, they wouldn't dare to send experts to hunt down Zichen. Zichen was already strong enough to make them tremble. Now, what they needed to do was pray that Zichen had an accident and died outside. Otherwise, when Zichen grew into a martial ancestor, it would be the end of the world for the major forces. As the person involved, Zichen was heading towards the floating mist sect. Now that this matter was over, he wanted to see Su Mingao before he left. Back in the ruins, Wanderer Misty had given Zichen the correct route and marked out the location of the floating mist sect. Squeak squeak! The devil ape was very excited and kept jumping around. Zichen's display of powerful battle skills in Sungli City had caused a sensation. 2 of his kills were related to the little guy, but no one knew. Looking at the little guy, Zichen was filled with emotions. In the holy burial ground, it had almost scared him and old Enlo half to death. At that time, Zichen had thought that it was a guy with ulterior motives who wanted to throw it away. But after entering the colorful door of light, Zichen realized how terrifying the little guy was. It had saved Zichen's life several times. It could be said that if it wasn't for the little guy, Zichen would have died in the colorful door of light even if he didn't die from the pill weapons. Over there, Zichen witnessed a series of inconceivable scenes. He saw a demonic shadow that was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a living creature, emitting a powerful aura. He saw glowing skeletons, all of which were transformed from human experts. Corpses were everywhere. Inside the colorful door of light was also a battlefield, but those who died were all unparalleled experts. Even after countless years of death, their skeletons were still glowing. The powerful aura made Zichen and old Mo tremble. It was a trembling from the soul. The demonic shadow was like a living creature. The aura it emitted was even stronger than a martial ancestor, but the little guy wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it felt like it was in heaven. Red light flashed in its eyes, and the delusion breaker eye reappeared. Materialized light shot out of its eyes, piercing through all illusions. As it opened its mouth, a suction force appeared, and the demonic shadows collapsed into energy, and were devoured by it. The little guy was like the natural nemesis of the demonic shadows. Wherever it passed, no matter how powerful it was, it didn't dare to fight with the little guy. Under the delusion breaker eye, they all exploded into energy, and were devoured. Zichen could be said to have passed through it safely. And he finally knew how the little guy grew and survived. It was completely the energy of the demonic shadows that provided it with everything. Going all the way, he saw a ball of fire in the end. It emitted a sacred aura, but it didn't match the sacred aura at all. It was burning oil. To be precise, it wasn't oil, but a kind of blood that was shining brightly. At the same time, Zichen also saw a lot of carvings next to it, burning the sacred fire with demonic blood. In addition, Zichen also learned a shocking news from the ancient carvings. Demonic blood was refined with the blood of foreign race experts. In addition to the blood essence of foreign race experts, it also contained the life force of foreign race experts. As long as the sacred fire wasn't extinguished, the saint could be resurrected one day. And the sacred fire ignited with demonic blood was like a spark of hope. Zichen was extremely shocked, but then, something even more shocking happened. The token that Zichen had obtained flew into the air, then turned into a burning flame and slowly merged with the sacred fire. In an instant, the sacred aura in the flame became stronger. At the same time, the life force became stronger, as if the flame was giving birth to a saint. Bypassing the sacred fire and walking to the end of the road, Zichen saw an ancient stone door. He tried everything, but couldn't open it. Clearly, his journey had come to an end. Zichen suspected that behind the stone door was the burial place of the saint. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Next to the stone door, Zichen found carvings again. Following Elder Mo's translation, Zichen found that it wasn't about the resurrection of the saint, but a very strange cultivation method. It didn't cultivate the heart or the body, only the spirit. This was a method to cultivate spiritual sense. It was very special. Although it was incomplete, it still shocked Zichen. This was because the complete cultivation method recorded in the book would allow one to cultivate a perfect spiritual sense. Perfect spiritual sense, perfect constitution. This should be the second page of the heavenly book, but it's not complete. It's just a fragment. Zichen slowly comprehended it. After 2 years, Zichen was sent to the outside world in a tremor. Squeak, squeak. The little guy's cry pulled Zichen out of his memories. He saw its little finger pointing at the ground and gesticulating. Zichen lowered his head and laughed involuntarily. It was actually a violent bear whose head had been smashed. "Do you want me to roast it?" Zichen asked with a smile. The little guy squeaked and jumped. It was so happy that its eyes narrowed. After bringing the little guy out of the saint's burial ground, Zichen gave it some roasted meat. The little guy was addicted to the taste of roasted meat. After skillfully cutting and cleaning, Zichen set up a fire to roast the meat. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. The floating mist sect was located in the northern part of this area. It was a very mysterious place. To be precise, this place was no longer within the territory of the 7 major cities and 3 major sections. It was the true southern region. Very few people came and went here. Even the sect disciples rarely went out. It was an isolated sect, just like the Moon Pavilion. Following the correct route, Zichen arrived at the floating mist sect a month later. From afar, he saw the towering mountain gate covered in fog. This fog was the floating mist sect's protection battle. Zichen didn't force his way in. Rogue cultivator Zichen is here to pay a visit to the drifting mist sect. After standing outside the fog for a long time and not hearing the voice of the floating mist sect's disciples, Zichen opened his mouth. His clear voice passed through the thick fog and entered the mountain gate. But just like before, there was no response. It was as if this was an empty sect. Rogue cultivator Zichen is here to pay a visit to the drifting mist sect. Zichen's voice echoed. Zichen couldn't see anything from the outside. But within the floating mist sect, Zichen's words had already caused a huge commotion. What? Zichen is here? Isn't he dead? Damn it! Is it this toad that made junior sister Mengyao sad? This guy's life is really tough. The news of his death was all fake. Although Zichen hadn't come to the floating mist sect before, his reputation had already spread. However, it wasn't because of his glorious battle achievements, but because Su Mengyao often mentioned his name. This made many senior brothers remember this hateful name. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that he died. Junior sister Mengyao was heartbroken. Who would have thought that he was actually faking his death? How despicable. Let the toad in. Let us teach him a lesson for junior sister Mengyao. That's right. We also want to see what this toad looks like. He actually made junior sister Mengyao unable to forget him. Many disciples had already gathered at the mountain gate. They all looked to be in their 20s. Each of them had outstanding talent and heroic spirit. Moreover, they all came from the sky. Clearly, their talent wasn't ordinary. At this moment, each of them was filled with powerful battle intent. Back when the drifting mist sect had brought Su Mengyao back, the white-robed Su Mengyao's temperament was outstanding. She had instantly become a goddess in the hearts of many senior brothers and junior brothers. But unfortunately, this goddess already had someone in her heart. This caused many senior brothers' hearts to break. Zichen naturally didn't expect that before he even entered, he had already provoked the dissatisfaction of so many floating mist sect disciples. And before that, he also had another name. This isn't good. He came to find Master. He's also junior sister Mengyao's sweetheart. If they fight, wouldn't it be ugly? Said an older senior brother. Chapter 410. That's right, senior apprentice brother. Our junior apprentice sister Mengyao's talent is outstanding. She's like a celestial that descended to the mortal world. But she's pure and kind. Perhaps she met a bad person and was tricked by a toad. As senior apprentice brothers, we can't just watch as junior apprentice sister jumps into a pit of fire. That's right, we have to help junior apprentice sister and make that toad back off. We have to let him know that a toad can't eat swan meat. The floating mist sect's disciples' eyes were shining, their battle intent soaring. Zichen's reputation had been earned through fighting. Furthermore, he had created countless miracles and glory. No matter where he went, he would cause a commotion. It was the same when he came to the floating mist sect. Unfortunately, he was called a toad. All right then. Zichen came from a barbarian land. That place lacks resources and powerful battle skills. You have to be careful when you attack. Don't injure him, said Senior Apprentice brotherly. Don't worry, Senior Apprentice brother. Although we've long since been annoyed by that toad, we'll give Junior Apprentice Sister Mingyao some face and won't be too heavy on him. The floating Miss Sex disciples nodded mischievously. Senior Apprentice brotherly shook his head. He knew he couldn't stop them, so he didn't say anything. Rogue cultivator Zichin has come to pay a visit to Wanderer Floating Mist. Zichin stood in the clouds and spoke for the third time. Just at this moment, the clouds in front of him rippled and a passage appeared. Following that, a voice rang out from the mountain gate. Let the toad in. Hearing this voice, Zichin was instantly stunned. His foot that had just taken a step stopped. What was going on? Are you an idiot? How can you speak like that? Following that, another angry shout was heard. Then what should I say? If you don't know, then don't speak. Listen to me. There was a light cough, and then a voice came from the mountain gate. Toad, why have you come? Bah, you're wrong. What's wrong? You shouldn't be called a toad. Following that, a quarrel broke out. Outside, Zichin was dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Toad, they shouldn't be talking about him, right? But looking around, there was no one. They must have mistaken me for someone else. Zichin comforted himself. The quarrel finally came to an end. All right, open the formation. I'm going to speak. The formation has been opened. Then didn't he hear our conversation? I think so. Damn you, I'll strangle you to death. Another round of quarreling ensued. Junior brother, are you just going to sit here and watch the show? Aren't you going to stop it? An old Taoist sat on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the mountain gate. Why should we stop them? These little fellows always look down on the barbarians. Let's teach them a lesson this time, Vagabond Misty said with a slight smile. With such a huge commotion, he naturally knew about it, but he didn't show himself. Oh, you're so confident. Do you really think that Chuangke, that Zichin can win? The old man coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. It was no wonder he was like this. In the entire Floating Mist sect, apart from Vagabond Misty and Su Mengyao, almost no one called Zichin by his name. They all called him Toad out of habit. That little fellow has a good temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash. Most importantly, he's created so much glory along the way. Even if he came from a barbarian land, he's not an ordinary barbarian. Vagabond Misty smiled. Enough. Hurry up and say something. In front of the mountain gate, the quarrel rang out again, and they kept calling him Toad. Zichen's face darkened. Fortunately, a dignified voice rang out, stopping the quarrel. Who are you? A normal voice rang out. Zichen was speechless. He had already said it several times. Rogue Cultivator Zichen, I'm here to greet Vagabond Misty. Master isn't here. Please go back. The indifferent voice rang out again. Are you stupid? If you don't let Toad in, how are we going to teach him a lesson? Do you know how to talk? Another voice rang out. Let's turn off the formation first. Otherwise, the Toad will hear us. After that, the formation activated again, and the passage that had just appeared closed. Zichin could no longer hear anything. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Clearly, he was now certain that Toad was referring to him. Zichin was very annoyed. He was handsome and handsome. No matter how he looked at it, he had nothing to do with an ugly toad. Therefore, he decided that after he entered, he would definitely teach these rude people a lesson. Hey, Master is out and will be back in a few days. You can come in first. The formation activated, and the passage reappeared. Another voice rang out. Zichin stood in place, not moving. He didn't know if these people had finished their discussion. If he was halfway through and they started arguing again, the formation would be closed. Then it would be over. When the matrix was activated, Zichin, who was inside, would naturally be killed. Zichin hesitated. Are you coming in or not? A figure appeared at the mountain gate, looking at Zichin through the passage. Have you finished your discussion? Zichen asked. What discussion? The person was stunned. For example, if I go in, there will be a test. Oh, we haven't discussed it yet. Wait a while. The person suddenly understood. He turned around and walked in. After that, the formation was closed. Zichen was speechless. After a while, the passage reopened, and the figure appeared again. You're coming in to challenge the formation. This was a little guy who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He looked very innocent and spoke as soon as he appeared. Okay. Zichen nodded and said, Then I'll go in, but you can't close the formation again. Of course not. I'll wait for you to come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the passage disappeared again, but it soon reopened. The young man said, Sorry, I accidentally made a mistake. Toad, are you okay? Zichen didn't speak. He strode into the passage. He was very fast. In an instant he passed through the passage and arrived at the mountain gate. Zichen's speed shocked the young man. He took a few steps back. How do I pass? Zichen asked the young man. Fight. Toad, you have to fight with me first. I'm the first one. The young man puffed out his chest. Little brat, go play somewhere else. Zichen's face darkened. He waved his sleeves and threw the young man into the mountain gate. Then, he strode forward. No, Toad, you cheated. I'm not ready. The young man's unwilling voice rang out. Enough, stop arguing. Even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. Are we from the floating mist sect people who can't afford to lose? Another young voice rang out. It was the young man in the second stage. Toad, congratulations on passing the first stage. It's my turn now. As the young man finished speaking, his aura surged. He didn't notice at all. Zichen's face darkened. Be careful, this Toad has a sneak attack. The young man from before warned. Humph, sneak attack? I, little tiger, am not afraid. I'll make the first move. The young man in the second stage shouted and released an earth-shattering attack. In an instant, it flooded towards Zichen. Boom! The energy surged and exploded. When the energy dissipated, there was no one in front of them. Ah, this Toad is so weak. I turned him into dust in an instant. Not good, Master will punish me. Senior sister will definitely scold me. Little Tiger looked at the empty space in front of him and screamed. Behind him, Zichen had the urge to vomit blood. Then, he grabbed the young man's neck. Ah, ghost! Little Tiger screamed. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll strangle you to death. Zichen angrily shouted. Ah, you want to kill me? I didn't say I wanted to kill your senior brother. Save me, this Toad wants to kill me. Okay, I won't kill you. Let me ask you a question. If you answer, I'll let you go. Zichen was helpless. How did he meet these two little brats? Okay, ask away. Why do you call me Toad? Little Tiger pondered for a moment before replying with a serious expression. Because you're a toad. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a toad? I am a person. I have a name. Zichen was furious. Yes, I heard from senior sister that your name is Zichen, right? Little Tiger said with a smile. You know my name, yet you still dare to speak so carelessly. Zichen pretended to be fierce. Little Tiger was not frightened. He puzzledly said, But everyone calls you Toad. Moreover, our senior brothers said that this name is the only one that suits you. Damn it, so it's them. Zichen was angry and said, Then what else did your senior brothers say? Little Tiger thought for a while and said, They said that you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You are not worthy of our senior sister, so everyone calls you Toad. Then have you ever seen such a handsome toad? Zichen wanted to beat him up for calling him Toad. No. Little Tiger shook his head seriously and said, You are the most handsome toad I have ever seen. What are you talking about? Zichen was so angry that he threw Little Tiger out. Now, he understood everything. Then, he shouted to the front. Okay, stop hiding. Whoever is not convinced, come out. Don't you feel embarrassed to let one or two kids take the lead? We are afraid that you will suddenly run away, so we did this. We are not scared of you. A voice came from the dark. Then, figures appeared one after another. There were 7 or 8 of them. They are all flying. Zichen's pupils shrank. He was surprised. These 7 or 8 people were about the same age as him, but the aura they emitted was all flying. One of them was even in the middle stage of the flying state. They are all monstrous geniuses. Zichen was amazed. Hey, Toad, you are from a barbarian land, so we will not bully you. You first fight with the weakest one here. His realm is the same as yours. A young man in the middle stage of the flying state said. I have a name. Don't call me Toad, or I will fight you. Zichen said angrily. Okay, Toad. Let the battle begin. Beat him first. A young man walked out. He was in the early stage of the flying state. At the same time, he saluted Zichen and said, Toad, please. Chapter 411. As soon as Zichen opened his mouth, the 8 geniuses were stunned. Toad, what did you say? They were shocked, unable to believe what they just heard. Cut the crap. I'm going to beat you all into a pig's head today. Come at me together. The other party kept calling him a toad, which made Zichen completely angry. This was an insult to his character. Toad, you're insulting us. Toad, you're insulting our character. I want to fight you. Let me fight this Toad. How dare he insult our character? One by one, the talented geniuses were furious. They scrambled to be the first to fight Zichen. Looking at their expressions, it was as if they had been greatly wronged and wanted to seek justice from Zichen. Zichen was confused. His face was full of black lines. Who was insulting whose character? You guys kept calling him a toad, and now you're saying I'm insulting your character? He was furious and shouted. No need to fight. Come at me together. I'm going to beat you all into a pig's head. Senior brother, did you hear that? This toad dares to insult us. I want to fight with him. I'll go first and let him know the power of the floating mist sect's disciples. No, all of you back off. It's my turn. He insulted our souls. Then we'll trample on his body. 7 of the 8 were scrambling. As for the last one, he was staring at Zichen with hostility. So noisy. Come at me together if you have the ability. Zichen shouted, impatient. Ah, Toad, you dare to insult our character. You're finished. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to trample on you. As soon as the voice fell, a young man in the early stage of the flying mist realm rushed towards Zichen. Boom! A powerful aura rolled out. The other party launched a powerful attack. The energy kept surging, but there was no killing intent. Obviously, the other party just wanted to teach Zichen a lesson. It had to be said that the other party had some tricks up his sleeve. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster among the major forces. But for Zichen, as long as he was in the early stage of the flying mist realm, there was no difference between a monster and a genius. He would still be defeated. Bang! Zichen punched out. Golden light flashed and instantly obliterated the energy attack. At the same time, he sent the young man flying with a punch. Everyone was astonished and looked at Zichen in shock. An existence comparable to a monster was actually defeated in one strike. Sigh, it's not challenging at all. Stop fighting and come at me together. Zichen looked at his fists and said confidently. Wow, so handsome. He really is a very handsome toad. He actually sent senior brother flying with a single strike. The 2 youths beside him had looks of worship on their faces. Shut up, little brat. I'll deal with you later. Zichen's face instantly darkened. Toad, I'll face you. At this moment, another shout rang out. Another young man attacked Zichen. My swordsmanship is powerful, but I don't want to bully you. Today, I'll let you see my iron fist. The other party shouted and waved his fist. The next moment, a violent aura appeared. On the other party's fist, an illusory light appeared. It was like steel, smashing towards Zichen. Zichen smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. With a flash of golden light, he punched forward. Although these people spoke rudely, their intentions were not bad. This made Zichen, who was used to seeing the ugly faces of the major forces, look at these young men again and feel that they were somewhat cute. Bang! But although they were cute, they must be taught a lesson for insulting his character. So, the second young man was sent flying with a punch. Wow! The two youths next to him had stars in their eyes, but before they could say anything, they were stopped by Zichen. Shut up! Oh, okay, Toad. The two were very obedient and quickly shut up. Zichen was speechless again. Toad, it's my turn! The third youth shouted and rushed towards Zichen. Senior brother, be careful. This Toad is very strong. The two youths next to him said. Don't worry, watch my shadowless ethereal steps. The third young man shouted. Light flashed under his feet, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he flew towards Zichen at lightning speed. Senior brother's shadowless ethereal steps is really powerful. He actually comprehended the quintessence of true intent and achieved the true, shadowless ethereal steps. Isn't that so? With such extreme speed, that Toad will definitely lose. The youths next to him discussed. Zichen was speechless. These two were really too naive. They didn't even know how to praise others. There were so many afterimages in front of them, but they dared to say shadowless. Competing in speed? Then come. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. Then, he also turned into afterimages. In terms of speed, who could compare to Zichen in the same realm? Pun. Another loud sound. The afterimages disappeared. The third youth was sent flying by Zichen with a punch. His opponent was stunned. After landing on the ground, he said in shock, Toad, what kind of footwork is that? It's a footwork for ass-kicking. Zichen's voice was cold. As his voice fell, his figure appeared behind his opponent. Then, he kicked his opponent, sending him flying. Good, Toad. You do have some skills. After defeating 3 people in a row, all in one move, the others no longer underestimated Zichen. Their expressions became more serious. I hate this name, so I must beat you guys up today, Zichen said coldly. Humph, Toad, don't think that you are strong. There are many strong people in our floating mist sect. The others turned around and looked at the youth in the middle stage of the flying mist sect. Senior brother Mengshi, this Toad is extraordinary. We can only leave him to you. The senior brother named Mengshi was obviously the leader of the group. He looked at Zichen with a serious expression. He nodded. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, he took a few steps forward and clasped his fist at Zichen. Brother Toad, please. Zichen's lungs were about to explode. He almost vomited blood. He thought that this guy would say something nice, but it was obviously wishful thinking. The naivety of these people made him speechless. It was obvious that they had never ventured out into the world before. Even their so-called senior brothers were inflexible. Would it kill them to call him Brother Zichen in such a situation? Afraid that the other party would say something else, Zichen's face darkened. He shouted and took the initiative to attack the other party. What's wrong with the Toad? I don't know. Maybe he's afraid of senior brother. He shouted and fought like crazy. Look, his hair is standing up. Wow, so that means Brother Toad is not berserk. Yes, that should be it. Wow, a berserk Toad. The discussion of the crowd made Zichen have the impulse to kill himself. Why did they keep talking about Toad? And Brother Toad? What kind of name was that? Boom! The sky was filled with golden light. Zichen went completely berserk. He wanted to end this quickly and change the way the crowd looked at him. Tyrannical fist! Shouted Zichen loudly. He punched out with a powerful fist. Dazzling golden light and terrifying fist light caused screams to ring out. Brother Toad, sorry for the offense. Mengshi, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was not to be outdone. He threw a palm forward. It seemed light and weak, but there was a kind of strength surging. If Zichen's fist represented the strongest and strongest, then Mengxi's fist represented the strongest and softest. The strength of the palm began to dissolve Zichen's powerful attack. Bang! In the end, a dull sound was heard. Mengxi took 5 steps back and blocked Zichen's attack. What? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. There was actually someone in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm who could block his tyrannical fist without any injuries. Zichen was shocked. At the same time, he felt that Mengxi was extraordinary. Wow, this toad is so strong. He actually defeated Brother Mengxi. Yeah, he can even defeat Brother Mengxi. He can totally be called Brother Toad. The other young men were obviously shocked. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Who was Mengxi? He was the true genius of the floating mist sect. No one in the same realm was his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by an early-stage Zephyr realm toad? Brother Toad, you are really strong. I admire you. But if you only have this strength, then you are obviously going to lose. I have to do my best. Mengxi said seriously. So Brother Mengxi didn't use his full strength. No wonder he was defeated. You really scared me. I thought Brother Toad was really strong. Look, Brother Toad's face is so dark. He must have used his full strength. He is definitely not Brother Mengxi's opponent. The group of young men spoke again. Zichen's face was even darker. He couldn't listen to them anymore. He took the initiative to attack again, afraid that he would vomit blood. Then let me see how strong you are. Zichen shouted angrily. He mobilized the energy in his body and punched again. It was still a tyrannical punch, but it was stronger than before. Okay, then I will use the same palm to defeat you. Mengxi's eyes lit up as if he had seen his prey. He flipped his palm, and thick yuan energy appeared. It was like a wave of water, soft and keen, and hit Zichen's punch. Boom! A dull explosion sounded. Brother Mengxi's face turned pale. He was once again forced back 5 steps. His face was full of shock. Humph! Zichen snorted. He didn't wait for the various voices to sound and attacked again. It was still a tyrannical punch, but this time, its power was stronger than before. Good. Let's see who is stronger. Mengxi laughed. His battle intent rose. He no longer underestimated his opponent. His energy surged and he struck again. This time, the sound of a surging river could be heard from his palm. It was no longer a simple energy, but a sharp attack. Ah, Brother Mengxi is finally using his full strength. Kill Brother Toad. Yes, let Brother Toad drown with the Jade Wave Palm. The other young men were very excited. They all jumped up, looking forward to this battle. Boom! This time, an even more muffled explosion sounded out. The entire sky shook and the rumbling sound spread throughout the entire floating mist sect. Swoosh! 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 Light flashed under Mengxi's feet. This time, he was forced back more than 10 steps. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were shining brightly. Good. Brother Toad, I admit that I underestimated you again. Next, I'll still use the Jade Wave Palm, but its power is something even I cannot imagine. You have to be careful. Mengxi's expression became very serious. This time, he treated Zichen as an enemy. It was no longer a simple battle like before. Everyone around held their breath. To be able to make Brother Mengxi treat him like this, it was obvious that Brother Toad's battle strength was terrifying. One had to know that Brother Toad was only in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Chapter 412. News of such a fierce battle had already spread throughout the floating mist sect. Many strong cultivators appeared on the mountain peak, on the roof, and in the corridor. When they saw the two people fighting, their expressions changed slightly. It's Mengxi fighting with an outsider. Everyone was stunned. Mengxi's strength was enough to be called strong in the floating mist sect. He was known as the strongest in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. But looking at the current situation, he was fighting a youth in the early stage of the Zephyr realm to a draw. Junior brotherly, who is that kid? He's actually on par with senior brother Mengshi. A senior brother asked. Senior brother, he's Meng Yao's sweetheart. He's here to find Meng Yao. Senior brotherly, who had stopped the others before, said. Oh, he's the toad. Didn't he say he's from a barbarian land? What? Since when did the barbarians become so strong? The barbarian land is lacking in resources. How could there be such a powerful existence like the toad? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the battlefield in shock, waiting for the end of the battle. On the mountain peak. Junior brother, what do you think of this battle? The old Taoist asked Floating Mist. Floating Mist smiled and said, I'm afraid Mengshi will be at a disadvantage. Oh, junior brother, you have so much confidence in him. The old Taoist almost said the wrong thing. He's very strong. Although he's from a barbarian land, his growth history is unmatched by anyone. He's been hunted by Zephyr realm cultivators ever since he was in the True Chi realm. He's destined to be extraordinary. What? The old Taoist expression changed. Zichen and Meng Shi were testing each other before. After all, it was just a spar. There was no need for them to use their strongest attacks. But Meng Shi's strength still surprised Zichen. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's aura became violent. A boundless golden light rushed out from his body, dazzling and dazzling. It was like a golden sun, blooming with boundless light. People couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to look directly at him. Wah, Brother Toad has completely erupted! All the youths cried out as they retreated. Zichen's aura made them feel stifled. Within Zichen's body, his qi and blood were boiling. It was as if a great dragon had awoken, providing him with endless energy. This was the complete display of his perfect body. Zichen was about to unleash a peak attack. Looking at the opposite side, Meng Shi was neither sad nor happy. Overflowing elemental energy surged around his body, as if he had transformed into a boundless ocean, rolling up surging elemental energy like raging waves. He struck out with a palm. Immediately, it was as if he was releasing a surging aura that engulfed everything. In his hands, a battle technique that was supposed to be as soft as silk was unleashed with a monstrous amount of energy. It was as if millions of waves were crashing towards Zichen. Tyrannical fist! Zichen roared. Golden light flashed around his body. He was like a god of war as he punched out. His aura was changing, rising steadily. He transformed from a god of war into a god of war who reigned supreme. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly surged to the peak and transformed into a punch. Tyrannical fist. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the scene no longer existed. There was only this tyrannical punch and that reigning supreme figure. With such a powerful punch, before the collision, the outcome was already predicted by many. Boom! The fist collided with the palm, causing a loud explosion. The entire floating mist sect trembled as if the sky was falling. A wave of energy ripples spread out in all directions, destroying everything. On the mountain gate and under the ground, rays of light rippled, continuously dispelling the energy. Pun! Meng Shi was sent flying. His face was pale, and with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With such a strong impact, he was still defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Meng Shi was defeated. Am I seeing things? This is too scary. Even Meng Shi, who was invincible in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was defeated. And he was defeated by a barbarian toad. What's even stranger is that the opponent is in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Have I seen a ghost? When did such a strong existence appear in the barbarians? Everyone was shocked and felt incredulous. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Looking at Zichen again, he was standing in the air, his body was shining with golden light, like a god of war. Everyone was speechless. This brother Toad was so strong. Junior brother, you're exaggerating. This Zichen is indeed not ordinary. I didn't expect that there would be times when this old Taoist didn't notice that Zichen was a sky martial artist. The old Taoist's eyes became extremely shocked. The drifting mist cultivator really didn't want to hurt his senior brother, so he just smiled and didn't continue to speak. In fact, he wanted to say that Zichen was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Zichen's combat strength was recognized by everyone. Defeating Mengshi, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was admirable. As for his character, no one dared to compliment him. As expected of a barbarian, his character was really bad. Because in the next moment, Zichen rushed to the other outstanding young men. I said that I would beat you into a pig's head, Zichen said. Showing his extreme speed, his figure flashed and sent a young man flying. Brother Toad, you! The other party was startled, not understanding why Zichen still attacked them after defeating senior brother Mengshi. Bang! Zichen's face darkened as he kicked a second person. Boom! Then, he hit a third person on the head. Brother Toad, what do you mean? We already admit that you're very strong. Why do you still attack us? The young men were puzzled. Because I don't like you. Zichen's face darkened even more, and he attacked again. Bang! 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 Under their shocked expressions, Zichen really fulfilled his promise. Seeing that they didn't like him, he really went forward to teach them a lesson. In an instant, 3 people became bruised. Ah, Toad, you're going too far. You even attacked us after winning. Aren't you going too far? The ones who are going too far are you. There was another loud bang. Okay. Aren't you strong? Then the 8 of us will join forces and subdue this Toad who doesn't abide by the rules. At this moment, many young men shouted and released a fierce aura, wanting to join forces to deal with Zichen. Zichen was about to cry. Who's the one who's going too far? Hence, he gritted his teeth again and rushed towards them with a dark face. This time, the 8 of them joined forces and attacked. As expected, the attack was terrifying. Monstrous dermic powers surged like evil dragons that devoured everything. The entire void was trembling, and a terrifying aura circulated. Zichen snorted coldly. His body flickered with golden light, and his chi and blood soared into the sky, dyeing the entire world golden. Then, a golden fist light soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud explosions, the evil dragons were dispersed by Zichen. Immediately after, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and rushed towards the group. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Zichen completely destroyed them. Bang! With a punch, another person was hit with a black eye and flew out. Toad, you're going too far. As the sound of punches continued, the 8 young geniuses were all beaten up by Zichen in the blink of an eye. They were furious and refused to accept it. Humph, you're the ones who are going too far. I said I'll beat you until you're swollen. Zichen snorted and rushed forward again. Then, there was another round of beating. In the distance, the group of ethereal sect cultivators were speechless. This barbarian was too strong. 1 against 8, and he still won. And he beat them until they were swollen. Toad, you. The 8 of them kept shouting and were very angry. What did you call me? Say it again. Zichen said coldly and punched at the same time. Toad, oh no, brother Toad. Pen. After another punch, Zichen shouted. Stop spouting nonsense. Let's talk later. Brother Toad. The young man's face was already swollen like a pig's head. He felt very wrong because he didn't think he was wrong. Bang. Zichen sent the young man flying with a punch and turned to the next one. He shouted. Say it, what did you call me? The previous young man said 3 names wrong, so he didn't speak immediately. He hesitated and said, Let me think. Bang. Zichen sent him flying again and changed to the next one. Zichen, brother Toad, your name is Zichen, right? When the 5th one was sent flying, a young man finally remembered and suddenly realized. Bang. Zichen sent him flying again, but he glanced at Mengshi coldly. Say it, what's my name? Zichen asked coldly. Zichen, brother Zichen. Mengshi laughed dryly. Obviously, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. The others were relieved. So this was the problem. Brother Toad didn't like people calling him Toad. Bang. Zichen punched again and said with satisfaction, "That's more like it." Everyone was dumbfounded. He was right, but he still wanted to beat him. "Brother Zichen, can we end this?" Mengxi asked awkwardly. End. Zichen was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "What's Meng Yao's seniority here?" "She's our senior sister." The two young men who didn't get beaten jumped up and looked at Zichen with admiration. "She's our junior sister." The young man with a pig's face said, "Nonsense, you're so weak. How can you be senior brothers? Change. From now on, call her senior sister." Zichen was furious. Naturally, they didn't want to, so they beat him up again. Okay, we'll change. We'll call you senior sister." Everyone was helpless. How could they change seniority? But looking at the current situation, if they didn't agree, they would still be beaten. And so far, no one in the sect stopped them. Obviously, they were all watching the show. They didn't want to be beaten, so they could only agree. "Then, do you know what to call me from now on?" Zichen glanced at them with pride. "Brother Zichen." Everyone was stunned. Didn't he say it before? No, we'll talk about it later. Zichen punched 8 times in a row. The few people felt wronged and didn't know what to say. They were all stunned. I know. Suddenly, a young man jumped up and looked at Zichen with admiration. "Then tell me." Zichen smiled. "Brother Toad Zichen." Zichen's smile froze on his face. And in the distance there were also chuckles. "Whose little brat is this? Go play." Zichen swept his sleeve and sent the other party flying. Then, ignoring the little guy's complaints, he shouted at them. "From now on, you have to call me senior sister." Chapter 413. This farce finally ended with the appearance of the vagabond mist. The few talented and incomparably arrogant youths were all taught a lesson by Zichen, and became docile and obedient. "Shout in unison," said Zichen. "Senior brother-in-law!" The 8 heavenly geniuses all shouted at the same time. Each of them had an unwilling expression. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of strange name was that? Senior brother-in-law? All right, Zichen, don't make things difficult for them. The vagabond mist appeared with a smile on his face. "Greetings, senior." Zichen swept away his previous arrogance, and respectfully bowed to the vagabond mist. Whether it was his life-saving grace in the ruins or his teaching of Su Mengyao, both were enough to accept Zichen's salute. All right. You single-handedly suppressed all the major powers of the barbarian land. Your fame is illustrious. I wouldn't dare ask you to be so courteous," said the vagabond mist jokingly. An old Taoist appeared with the vagabond mist. "Master." Many of the youths' eyes lit up when they saw the old Taoist. They turned around and ran toward him. "Master, he. They pointed at Zichen, wanting to complain, but they found that they didn't know what to say. Could they say that Zichen was bullying them? 1 against 8? Enough. Haven't you lost enough face? The old Taoist's face darkened. Zichen greets Senior. I hope Senior can forgive me for disturbing you, said Zichen. Not bad. I've always heard Junior Apprentice Brother mention you, saying that you're a dragon amongst men. I didn't expect to see you in person today. The old Taoist gave a rare smile. The farce finally ended with the appearance of the 2 seniors. Everyone left, but Zichen's power today was deeply engraved in their minds. 1 against 8 and a complete victory. No one dared to underestimate Zichen again. Zichen left with the vagabond mist. Zichen let out a strange cry from inside the room. What? Meng Yao isn't here? Zichen looked at drifting mist in disbelief. That's right. She left 2 years ago, Vagrant Mist said. Did she leave alone, or was she followed by a senior from her sect? Alone. Why? She's just a weak woman. Why do you want her to leave? Zichen's eyes widened. He was clearly anxious. Wanderer Misty took a sip of tea and said, 2 years ago, the news of your death came. Meng Yao was heartbroken. Later, she ignored our advice and insisted on leaving. But you can persuade her. This is obviously a rumor. In the past few years, they have been spreading rumors. Zichen was still dissatisfied. Wandering Mist was speechless. When others spread the news of their death, it was obviously true. But Zichen was like a cockroach, letting others spread the news of your death so confidently. After disappearing for a few years, you reappeared. It should be known that at that time, several influential late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators had said it, and each of them used their lives to guarantee the accuracy of the news. Then what was her realm when she left? Zichen asked, unwilling to accept it. Early-stage Zephyr Realm. There were few opponents in the same realm. Just like Meng Shi? Zichen sneered. Wandering Mist shook his head and laughed. Zichen, don't always use yourself to measure others. Meng Shi's combat strength is enough to be proud of among his peers. But the outside world is full of dangers. If you let Meng Yao go out alone, won't you be harming her? Zichen was dissatisfied. People always have to grow and experience all kinds of tempering. But she's just a girl. Zichen agreed with this sentence because this was how he had been all along. But he didn't agree with this sentence on Su Mengyao, because in Zichen's heart, Su Mengyao needed his protection. He worked hard to become stronger. In addition to staying alive, he also needed to protect his friends and family. Zhang Haotian, LV Peng, and the others were the former. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and Wang Xian were the latter. Zichen didn't want them to be hurt in any way. Along the way, Zichen, the string in your heart is too tight. Don't always use your high standards to measure others. The outside world is dangerous, but there is a limit. And not everyone will die when they go out. Wandering Mist said. During this period of time, you'd better stay here and calm your heart. No, I have to go find them. Zichen flatly refused. Things break when they reach an extreme. Their life and death are more important. It's already been 2 years, and I don't care about these days. The southern region is vast and boundless. If you want to find someone, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Whether you can meet again depends on whether you're fated or not. Wandering Mist smiled mysteriously and said, Meng Yao also knows that you're not dead, so before she left, she told me that if you come back one day, she'll be very happy. It means that you haven't forgotten her. If you're fated, you'll meet again one day. If we're fated, we'll meet again one day. Zichen sat there and didn't say a word. In a trance, he saw Su Mengyao turn and leave with tears of joy on her face. Zichen stayed in the floating mist sect. Just as Wandering Mist said, his string in his heart was too tight. Along the way, under the threat of death, Zichen had to make breakthroughs again and again to protect himself. Even in the 2 years in the Saint Burial Ground, he didn't waste a single second. Now that he'd become Zephyr and had the ability to protect himself, he could completely rest. Therefore, during this period of time, Zichen gave up on cultivating. He no longer used any cultivation techniques or tried to figure out battle techniques. He spent his days touring the mountains and rivers, allowing the vast and boundless space to cleanse his soul. After calming down and carefully observing, Zichen discovered that the world was actually so beautiful. Before, if he saw a flower, he would first check if it was a spirit flower and if it was beneficial for cultivation. If it wasn't, he would turn and leave. Now that he carefully observed, Zichen discovered that mortal flowers were more beautiful than spirit flowers and had a natural fragrance. As time passed, Zichen's heart slowly calmed down. He also slowly let go of his previous stubbornness. Everyone had their own path. Su Mengyao had hers, Lin Shui had hers, and so did he. He couldn't forcefully interfere with other people's paths just because he wanted to. So he let go. Senior brother-in-law, Senior brother Meng Shi is looking for you. Little Tiger ran into Zichen's room with a smile. Oh, he's here to drink with me. Zichen also had a smile on his face. This period of cultivation was very useful. Zichen's smile was like a spring breeze. It was very sincere and brought a sense of kindness. No, he's here to fight with you, Little Tiger said. Okay, let's fight and drink. Therefore, the two of them engaged in another battle on another battlefield. In the end, Zichen was defeated. Haha, Zichen, I finally won. Mengshi laughed and staggered out of Zichen's room, only to fall on his face. During this period of time, Zichen was either traveling or drinking with Mengshi and the others. As his soul was cleansed, he also developed a good tolerance for alcohol. Zichen, you haven't cultivated for a while, so your realm should have stagnated. Why do I feel that you've become stronger now? Senior Brotherly asked. He was an existence who was invincible in the late stage of the Imperial realm. He was the proud disciple of the Drifting Mist Cultivator and had a chance to step into the Grand Master realm. As the eldest senior brother, he doted on Su Mingyao very much and advised Mengshi and the others to be careful when fighting. Zichen smiled and said, I used to be in a hurry. Everything was like looking at flowers on horseback. Now that I've stopped, I can feel the beauty of the world. Zichen didn't answer the question. Senior Brotherly was very confused, but he didn't ask more. The two of them didn't walk the same path. Zichen had always been decisive in killing, but the disciples of the Floating Mist sect were all pure and innocent. They all had the heart of a child. Zichen stopped cultivating now and began to calm his mind. He found that the things he couldn't understand before were suddenly enlightened one day. Although he hadn't cultivated, the realm of his soul was increasing. His comprehension of battle skills had deepened. In the past, Zichen rarely drank and rarely got drunk. But now, he drank almost every day. He slept until he woke up naturally. It was very comfortable. During this time, Zichen met the Drifting Mist Cultivator twice and asked him about his pure and innocent heart. If they were so pure and innocent, they would naturally suffer greatly once they went out. They won't. Our Drifting Mist sect has a trial ground. Before they go out, they'll go in and train. The Drifting Mist Cultivator smiled, but his smile was somewhat meaningful. Of course, if you want, you can go in and try. But with your current realm of soul, the trial ground won't be of much help to you. Then forget it. Zichen walked the path of killing and had nothing to do with pure and innocent heart. He didn't have any interest in the Drifting Mist sect's trial ground. A month later, Zichen decided to leave. The Drifting Mist Cultivator looked at Zichen and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he said, Take care. Hearing that Zichen was leaving, many Drifting Mist sect disciples heard the news and came to send Zichen off. Senior brother-in-law, this is the wild ginseng I secretly dug up in the back mountain. I couldn't bear to eat it, so I'll give it to you now. Senior brother-in-law, I have wine that the elder secretly gave me. I'll give it to you. The disciples who heard the news brought all kinds of things for Zichen. While Zichen was shocked, he was also deeply moved. To them, it was as if Zichen was going on a long journey. However, only Zichen himself knew that once he stepped out of this door, he would face endless slaughter, accompanied by blood. Mengshi, Senior Brotherly, and the others all came to send Zichen off and gave him all kinds of gifts. Accept it. It's their kind intentions. In just a month, so many people came to send you off. Your character is not bad. The Drifting Mist Cultivator smiled. Of course, compared to Meng Yao, you pale in comparison. The things she received were almost enough to form a small mountain. Zichen smiled, his eyes filled with happiness and gratitude. Senior brother-in-law, before you leave, do you have any words for us? Several junior brothers looked at Zichen. The corner of Zichen's mouth twitched. Why did these words sound so awkward? They weren't his last words. Live. Filled with happiness and gratitude, Zichen only said these two words. Many people were at a loss. They didn't understand why their senior brother-in-law only said these two words. Live? Weren't they all alive? Only the Drifting Mist Cultivator nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. These two words seemed simple, but they were proof of Zichen's killing. They didn't understand now, but once they stepped out of here, they would know the true meaning of these two words. In the end, Zichen left. He was kicked out by the drifting mist cultivator. And within the sect, Zichen's words still echoed. Senior, don't be stingy. Isn't it just a pill weapon? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.